Так. Ну, вроде как. Должен быть оживший. Ура, жива. Только куда бежать? Я не знаю. Ой. Арт это там, где... Ладно. Я не искусство, ладно. Что-то как-то тяжело управляется. Я прошла сквозь пианино. Что-то как-то я просто не понимаю, как этим управлять. Вот мое честное. Ну, написано, что должна, но я не знаю как. Я вообще, по-моему, застряла. О, тут можно разворачиваться, оказывается. Что я, по-твоему, должна сделать? Сейчас. Что-то я немного не понимаю. Help. Interaction. Stop action. Let go interact. Бежать. Джойстик. Поворачиваться. А. А если я с пианином хочу? Ой. Видимо, мы к своему волку пришли. Я так поняла, что я случайно грохнула девочку. Тут очень странное управление. Типа, джойстик ты поворачиваешь, она поворачивает направление, и нужно потом управлять ей, типа ты повернулся, и надо вперед нажимать потом. Повернулся и вперед. Я не знаю, нормально ли я объяснила. Очень неуклюже чувствуется. У меня что-то с девахой. А вот. Как же мы медленно идем. Теперь бабушка зеленая. Це Ну что, будем продолжать в это играть или как? Просто интересно. Или слишком странное? Ну, за других персов ты также рыщешь по лесу и плюс примерно то же самое. Типа, я так поняла, что вот тут они все умирают по очереди. И типа, у каждой своя смерть, свой дом. Вот это вот я точно помню. Не, просто можно пойти Slay the Princess, если уж совсем тяжело. Вы как смотрите? Ну, у каждого перса своя смерть, свои предметы. Посмотрим принцессу. Ой, я... Сейчас я потянусь. Ой. Извиняюсь, конечно, что игра разочаровала, но я честно пыталась найти что-то хотя бы минимально интересное. Ну, что-то разочаровалась, видимо, опыт, когда я была мелкой, все-таки рулит. Меня оно в свое время напугало. Сейчас. Ну, я подопройду сама, посмотрю. Принцесса. Slay the Princess. Обновление. Играть. Сейчас. Так. Атмосфера интересная у игры. Своеобразная. О, все. Начало. Так. О! Мне не придется. Сейчас покажу. Так, захват окна. Slay the Princess. Так. Ой. Сейчас. Погодите, а то ОБС опять сходить с ума начал. Можно на русский поставить. Как смотрите, или лучше на английском играть? Ну, я, кстати, помню, что игрушка про шапку меня здорово напугала в свое время. Будем на русском играть или на английском? Можно на русском? Там, по идее, английская озвучка должна быть. На польском. Я не знаю польский. Я на английском буду с озвучки слушать это. Новая игра. Глава 1. Герой и принцесса.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
конец света. В чем это ты? А ты не хочешь, что она из-за того, что ее держит в подвале? Я уже второй раз, получается, тему не меняю. Сейчас поменяю. Так. Сейчас. Убиваем принцессу. Сейчас перепишу. Сейчас я засуну свою принцессу. Что-то я не подумала. Сейчас свои. The Princess. Готово. Только у меня я опять хэштег не убрала. Сейчас хэштег уберу. Вроде как все. Чат наверх, чатик. Так, как? Давай как-нибудь сюда. Потому что тут опции. Я вас чуть-чуть уменьшу. Вот так вот. Вроде как все должно быть нормально. Вот так вот нормально. Так. Я бы, наверное, второй вопрос задала.
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we
Я,
are running
наверное,
up against a bit of a ticking clock.
Я думаю, что я, наверное, сама буду выбирать опции или... Или вы это тоже хотите повыбирать?
Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up. And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation. Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that. It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything. Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her. I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have
Ведь
to put
когда
an
меньше
end to
людей
her.
станет, это же лучше.
Don't linger on the specifics. You have a job to do here. Just get in there and do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you.
Меньше народу, больше кислорода.
Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey. Does it? Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of
Ужасно.
value to society. Oh, if only that were the case, but I don't make the rules. I have to say, I'm surprised at your reluctance thus far, but unfortunately for the both of us, you're the only one who can pull this off. Like I said, I don't make the rules, no matter how much I wish I did. Are you serious? No, you have to do it.
Вдруг я
Of
хочу,
course I
чтобы
haven't.
пришел.
Why would I even consider that? Nobody wants the world to end. I mean, maybe some people do. Nihilists, or very, very evil people.
Если
but
честно, хочу,
surely you're
чтобы
not one of those.
мир закончился,
Right.
если честно.
Yes, but you'll have to slay her before you get it.
Опция, что я получу за выполнение. Давай так, я зайду в избушку, поговорю с ней. Если она такая ужасная, как ты расписываешь, возможно, я с ней покончу. Но я пока с ней лично не пообщаюсь, обещать ничего не буду. Ладно, хорошо, я зайду. Ну чё, будем?
Then I guess we'll just have to see what happens. But a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies. And the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out. Then, so sure, go, talk to her. See how that turns out for all of us.
Ну, пошли.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin.
Ну,
You'll find the princess within.
ну, кстати,
We're not gonna go through
я
with
про
this,
игру
right?
знаю.
She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
Ой.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. You take
Ой,
the blade from the table.
я не хотела. Ну
It'll be
ладно.
rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Ну, поехали.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Привет. Я пришла тебя
It's been
навестить.
so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
Пришли женщину.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world? Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Так. Я все-таки присоединю мышку, чтобы что-то с геймпада странно управлять этим всем. Так. Сохранение. Хорошо. На всякий случай выясню. Это лог. Это настройки. Так. Что-то с чем ты взяла? Ну да, я пришел покончить с тобой.
How about you drop the knife and the two of us just talk.
Look how reasonable she's being. We should just drop the blade and talk things out. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. But killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Тут выбор решил оставить за Варей. Бродим бросать клинок или мы наоборот ее убивать будем? Кстати, насколько я знаю, все эти рисунки для игры делались на бумаге. Будем ее убивать? Или сожмем клинок сильнее? Ну, предположим, что я добрая.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face. Unarmed. We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to...
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Отношения, ты что, флиртуешь со мной? Ну, давай спросим, как тебя зовут.
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
Note the lack of detail. You can't trust her.
Так, опасная
I
ситуация.
know. I just said that. Now why are you here to kill me?
Если бы не было.
Believe me.
And do you think asking me what to believe is going to suddenly make everything crystal clear? Let's not pretend that's going to happen. As far as you're concerned, and as far as they're concerned, I'm going to say whatever I have to get out of here. That's just the dynamic of our situation.
Hmm.
You can't. Don't bother.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't... well, we can always put that knife to good use.
Криповая женщина.
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade. She isn't suggesting what I think she is. I'm sure of it. Don't just tell her that.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think. I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here a long time.
Just how long has she been down here?
If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so... dangerous?
Так.
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
What if they're bad reasons, though? If they had good reasons for thinking I was dangerous, wouldn't they have shared them with you? I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want to leave. At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust. Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why. That doesn't sound right to me. And I don't think it sounds right to you either. Otherwise, we'd be killing each other instead of talking.
She has a point. There's a reason I've been telling you to question the situation, and there's a
Его
reason
слова.
you've listened.
Ужас. Тут это чё, перевод ПГР?
So, I could tell you that I'd lead a quiet life in the woods, or that I'd open an orphanage, or that I'd do any other number of good things that I'm sure you think you want to hear. But you don't really know me, do you? What can my word possibly be worth in a situation like this?
She's right about one thing. Her word isn't worth anything.
Like I said, it's all about trust. Blind. So do you trust me, the prisoner, the victim, the princess
Как же она,
clearly incapable
это,
of
она
ending the
нами
world?
регулирует?
Or do you trust whoever put me here?
She's wrong. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch no less.
Too long.
Достаточно разговоров.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
А если я оставлю ее под замком?
That seems like a pretty good compromise.
Она
Leaving her
недовольна.
alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. You can make it easier for both of us if you help. And if you don't, I can promise that you'll come to regret that decision.
Ужас.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
Я
I
хочу
know you
запереть ее
think
в
this is a
подвале.
fair compromise, but it isn't. No one wins here.
Будем это...
It's a chance we'll have
Никому
to
не
take.
поможем,
We can
никому
make this work if we just
не
stay
будем брать
here and keep
ответственность
watch.
за все
No
это.
one has to die.
You're making a mistake.
You turn your back to the princess and make your way to the stairs.
It won't be long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me
Отказываемся
behind.
от того, чтобы
Slip
брать
these
ответственность.
She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? Either way, she dropped her mask, didn't she? You can still turn around and finish the job. He'll be the death of all of us, but fine. Have it your way. You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with a heavy wooden table that... Okay, we can make this work. You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door. It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other.
I know you're still there. Why don't you make things easier on yourself and let me out? It's not like this little door will hold for very long anyways. It's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more
Жуткая
like
женщина.
something out of a nightmare. As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did, and I'll never forgive it. You don't...
It doesn't
Oh.
sound like she's getting any weak.
Сейчас в этом подвале ты обрел злейшего врага.
No.
Можешь кричать твои угрозы.
Just ignore her. Maybe the banging and wailing will stop if you just don't pay attention to it.
Мы ее отправили в
You
игну.
put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall. You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar. its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way. Where is she?
Thanks for helping me get out of
Oi.
that awful basement.
You try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working. It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb, and then your feet, and then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin, unable to do anything but witness her approach. Whose side are you on? Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
Страшная женщина.
She steps closer, one silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by
Or
one.
maybe I can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills.
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your chest. You have seconds left.
I'd say better luck next time. But we both know this is the end, don't we?
It can't be. This can't actually be how everything ends. I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
You're dead. Я, кстати, только поняла, что вам неудобно читать
You're on a
чат.
path in the woods.
Я даже не
And at the end
знаю,
of that
куда
path
поставить
is a
чат.
cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you
Что-нибудь
don't,
такое.
it will be the end of the world. A terrible sense of deja vu. No, you don't have that. This is the first time either of us have been here. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Shh. What if he hears us?
О, новый голос. Ой.
I think you'll...
Еще меньше чат. Сейчас. Так. Вы совсем крохотулями будете. Ой. Как вам игра пока? Пока я чат правлю. Продолжать? По-моему, это получше будет, чем то, что было. Чем The Pass. Но я просто редко комментирую, потому что тут английская озвучка, и мне, в принципе, нравятся голоса, и не хотелось бы просто прерывать. Я хотела еще попить взять, сейчас возьму. Я рада, что вам нравится. Не зря, видимо, ее с распродажи забрала. Хоть там скидка была не самая лучшая, но
We
я
could go
что-то
back
не
and forth on this
сдержалась.
forever, and it won't get you any closer to doing your job and saving the world. So let's just agree to disagree.
Давайте в этот раз будем маньяками и ее
Those are
убьем.
two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. If you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. We couldn't trust either of you, and as far as I'm concerned, we still can't. All we did was lock her away. And how'd that work out for you? No comment. Well then, congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right. And your solution is to send us back in there. Do you want us to slay the princess, or do you want the princess to slay us? Obviously, I want you to slay her. One of you poses a threat to the world, and the other doesn't. Anyways, I believe your other question was something along the lines of, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. Speak for yourself.
Извиняюсь.
And that's only scratching the surface. If what you said is true, it begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or have you found yourself in another world altogether? If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would? I want you
Да,
to
блять.
succeed.
Сейчас, извиняюсь.
Just be quick about it. Like I said, if she killed you, it was probably because you didn't listen to me. Don't talk to her, don't trust her, just go in, do your job, and save the world.
Так.
She is just a princess. Whatever you think happened to you last time, just get it out of your head before you get to the cabin, and you'll be fine. People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things. Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. You're the only person capable of doing this. Call it a prophecy, if that helps, but it's just the way things are. I don't know, I
Да, блять.
kinda
Извиняюсь.
Okay, fine. Maybe you can goad him into doing something, but he's not even the one who makes the decisions here. I'm not goading you into doing anything. You already know the princess is dangerous. All I'm trying to say is that you have to be the one to deal with her. I know it doesn't seem fair, but that's just the way it is. And for what it's worth, I know you have it in you to finish the job. We don't. You saw what happened to us last time. We need to leave. I've told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult. If you want us to stand a chance against her, we need to be armed with information. What is she really capable of? How are we supposed to stop her? Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to take me at my word. He isn't telling us everything he knows because he doesn't trust us, which means that we can't trust him. Stop talking yourself in neurotic circles and just get to the cabin already. Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
Давайте в этот раз пойдем
A warning.
по станции.
Before you go
Это
any further. She
по
will
руту
lie,
киллера.
she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. I don't think lying and cheating is her thing. She was very direct with us last time. Or at least she was direct with us after we decided to lock her away.
Поехали. Мы сегодня злые.
The interior of the cabin is plain, the smooth
Oi,
wood
oi.
of the walls almost featureless. The only furniture of note is a lone table, knocked on its side in the corner of the room. A pristine blade stands between you and the open, inviting basement doorway. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Hold on. What happened to the door? There was a door here last time. It's just an empty frame. She's already got an out, hasn't she? And she's ready for us. She's been waiting. Can't you feel her eyes on us? I'm going to need all of you to pull yourselves together. The princess has not already gotten out. But if you keep getting stuck in your head like this, you're going to struggle to get the job done. So deep breath in, deep breath out. Your task awaits, and only you can do it. You're right. I was so stuck on the eyes watching us that I didn't even notice it there. What are you two talking about? There isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the floor, and the open doorway leading to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror.
Мне нравится озвучка.
We have to look at it. Unless that's what he wants us to do. And pretending it isn't there is a trick to get us to do exactly what he wants.
Я хочу это ответить. Я красавчик.
We shouldn't waste time preening. But if he is lying about the mirror, it might be important. I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so
Я
meaningless?
хочу быть
What good
красавчиком.
would it even do? Maybe he's trying to keep us from looking because there's something horribly wrong with us. No, there isn't something horribly wrong with you. You look exactly how you're supposed to look. Now stop second-guessing my every word.
Подойти к зеркалу.
You walk up to the wall next to the empty basement door frame. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny.
Протереть зеркало.
You
Ой,
reach forward and
нифига
rub
себе,
your
у нас
hand
лапуська.
against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. Did he make it go away? Clearly there was something in there worth investigating if he wants it hidden so bad. Very different. He changed it, didn't he? It's like he's trying to make us doubt our reality. Calm down. Maybe the three of you just think everything is different because you haven't been here before. Enough of this past life nonsense. You haven't died, you certainly haven't been killed by the princess.
Берем
You
клинок.
reach down and pick the blade up off the floor. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Is it gonna
Ой.
be enough, though?
Прошу прощения. Так не соврет.
The blade is the only thing you need to finish your task. You're more than capable of pulling this off, so long as you don't lose faith in yourself.
Бомбу.
Those are the words of someone who knows he's sending us to our death.
Поехали.
You cross over the threshold and onto a series of isolated steps suspended in darkness. More eyes, too. You never mention the eyes. The air seeping up from below reminds you of fresh lightning and static, as if you're descending into a place that isn't meant for a creature of flesh and blood. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her
О нет,
cool and
повтор.
playful voice prances up the stairs.
I didn't think you'd come back. We're gonna have a lot of fun, you and I.
Okay, we need a game plan. Last time we were here, just being close to her was enough to kill us. It can't be that hard. But then we'd lose our weapon. We'd have to make it count. Otherwise she'd be furious and we'd be defenseless. If a knife is even enough to do anything against something like her in the first place, it'll be enough.
Мы злые.
Finally, a voice of reason. The rest of you should take notes. You know why I'm being a pessimist. I'm just asking questions. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs.
Она нас убила,
As
и
you
мы
emerge,
тоже
you
злые.
find yourself between two loose rows of white wooden planks suspended in nothingness. A smattering of cobblestones visible against the inky black of the basement mark where the floor should be, forming vague pathways. At what seems to be the end of the room, They diverge in opposite directions, left and right. Are you really not going to comment on how...
Блин, как... Почему?
No, I'm not.
Простите, что это?
We're going to die down.
Периодически
I
перелистываю.
don't want to die again.
I wouldn't give it too much thought.
Прекрати от твоих слов. Просто выбери, в какую сторону идти вперед. Мучайся, куда бы ты ни шел, я все равно найду тебя. Предположим, налево.
You turn to the left. A faintly outlined path lies before you.
There you are.
Ой,
I told you I was going to find you.
As the princess approaches, your legs suddenly go numb.
какая милашка.
Your arms quickly follow. This is it, isn't it?
And you brought your little knife with you again. Cute.
There has to...
Просто в какие-то моменты тебе надо нажимать. Вот, ну, прожимать это мышкой. Какие-то нет. Просто иногда они идут друг за другом, а иногда, типа, как это сказать... Короче, они то иногда автоматически перелистывают, то иногда надо самому нажимать. И фиг поймешь, когда одно, когда другое.
What did you do? Pull yourself together. She isn't supposed to be like this.
I wonder how many times I'll get to play with you before you break.
Your vision cuts out as your blood begins to coagulate. It's as if every part of your being is coming to a lurching halt. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Your lungs pull in a desperate gulp of air as your eyes shoot back open. Heart, lungs. What are you doing? I'm working. Do you want this body to function, or do you want... And then experience stops once more as your body reapproaches death. Okay, whatever you were doing, please just start doing it again. You sure about that? Are you sure that's what you want, or do you want to interrupt me some more? You have seconds left. Yes, I'm sure. Heart, lungs, liver. Again,
Герой
your
тут
eyes
базу
shoot open as you
говорит, а
gasp for
остальные
breath.
там пиздят.
Can't decide what you want to do, can you?
Lungs,
Oh well, standing there gasping like a fish is more fun than dead. Even if you look ridiculous.
nerves. She isn't attacking us. Why?
Ну, мучает женщина
Why
нас.
doesn't matter. She's already proven her ill intent. Don't lose sight of your mission.
Как же нас параноик
Your weapon
пытается
is still in
жить.
your hands. Strike at her
Пытается нас
and
жить,
end
жить,
this before
пожить.
it's too late. Lungs, liver,
Почему ты...
Because I don't want to. And even if I did, I don't have to.
nerves, heart,
Look at the way you're struggling to stay alive. It's taking everything you have to keep your heart pumping right now. And I'm enjoying the show.
nerves. The princess leans forward, bringing her masked lips close to you.
Какая милашка.
If I want to see you gone, all I need to do is break your concentration.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. She slowly runs her velvet glove across the base of your neck. It feels like static. And then...
Значит, у нее фиолетово.
Make her stop. Hey, snap out of it. Okay, deep breath. Deep breath, we're fine. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart. You're back. Lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs,
One
liver,
moment,
nerves,
and then
heart,
you're
lungs,
gone.
liver,
Just
heart,
like
lungs,
that.
liver, nerves,
Ah,
lungs,
and
liver,
there's the
nerves,
fear.
heart, lungs. She pulls away. Nerves, heart, lungs, liver,
But that wouldn't be very fun, now would it?
liver,
I've already
nerves,
done that.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs.
I tried to leave while you suffocated, but that stupid cabin wouldn't let me.
Lungs,
So I started to drag your body out with me, and then,
liver, nerves, heart, lungs,
well,
liver,
you died before I could get to the door. And then I was here, and now you're here too.
liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver,
I don't think I can move without you, and dead doesn't count.
lungs,
And as much as I love what we have going on, I have bigger plans than tormenting one poor little creature forever. I want to leave. I am being nice. You're alive, aren't you? And you died of fright as soon as you saw me last time. I didn't think keeping you alive was an option. But it looks like that's not a problem anymore. At least not for me. You seem miserable.
Ничего себе тут опций.
I know. You told me last time. Destroy is such an unenlightened way of putting it. So sudden, so violent, so little nuance. I'm not going to destroy the world, but I am going to hold it in my hands and squeeze it. I'm going to make it afraid, just like I've made you afraid. The world needs fear, doesn't it?
Анимация классная.
Every terror I bring would make the good times so much better. Well, I'm practically doing a public good. So what harm is there really in letting me out? But everyone dies eventually. They're all full of wet, writhing things, and in the end, each and every one of them gets unwound. And then those things get to become a new everybody. Just to come apart all over again. All I want is to be there for it. I want to watch it happen, and maybe do a little unwinding myself. Is that really so much to ask? Oh no, definitely not. If you're what I need to leave this place, chances are you're pretty useful. I think I'll keep you right by my side. A little good luck charm to make sure I stay free.
Подружки.
Don't worry. I'll make sure to take good care of you. I promise. Oh, we both know that you don't have a say here, so you should just look on the bright side. I'm not sure what the bright side is for you, but I'm positive you can find it if you look hard enough. And then we'll wind up right back where we started. Round and round we'll go. I wonder what will be different next time. Maybe you'll actually be able to move a limb. Who knows? But I'm always going to win. Is that a bet you're willing to take? Imagine climbing a mountain of lifetimes. And when you finally reach the summit, when you finally win, the only view you find is me. And then I push you, and you go tumbling all the way down those millions upon millions of battered and broken pieces of you that couldn't make the cut. What then? Would you have it in you to climb again? It sounds like a lot of effort for nothing. When instead we can just leave this place together, hand in hand. I am what I am, and right now, I'm in control. So, you might want to be a little nicer to me.
She raises one long gloved finger, its tip hovering just over your skin, seeming to enjoy the lingering threat. But she withdraws, sparing you another momentary glimpse of death.
Like I said, I am what I am. It's not my fault that you can't handle being around me.
The princess cocks her head, neck cracking uncomfortably, and you can't help but imagine a smile carve its way from ear to ear on the other side of her mask.
Thinking about that knife, are we? Put that little theory to the test. See how it plays out. But I don't think you're going to like what happens. Because even if you make me dead, you're not getting out of here. This place is mine. And I'm not giving you the stairs unless I'm leaving with you. Then we're stuck down here together. Until you change your mind.
Static, and a skipped beat as she touches your shoulder and whispers in your ear.
No!
heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
Or until your heart finally gives out.
Heart, lungs, liver.
And then, when you die, I'll find myself somewhere new. And before too long, you'll be there too. That's how this all works, right? This kind of luck can happen before then. I'm sure I can get creative.
Lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs.
I'm glad you're seeing things my way.
Lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver,
Так.
nerves, heart,
Я не стану и не помогу, не собираюсь тебя убить, так что давай делай, что хочешь.
lungs, liver, nerves, heart,
Ну что будем делать?
nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves,
Будем злыми.
lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart,
Или бросим клинок и останемся с нами, с ней.
nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs,
Ну давайте не будем выпускать. Будем с ней вечно тусить.
heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart. Are you serious? Nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves. You fling the blade into the void, denying yourself the opportunity.
Я все нажала, простите, пожалуйста. Просто
Maybe it's for the best. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
You poor deluded thing. Do you think a single moment of bravery changes you into...
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
так, я могу загрузить.
Nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves. There has to. What did you do? Your lungs. What do you do? I'm then experience. Yes. She's the your.
Так,
The princess cocks her head.
сейчас. Давайте попробуем покончить с принцессой.
Your will concentrates into a single fine point, and you strike out against the princess, ignoring the constant reminders of your breaking body. Nerves. Heart. She doesn't even move as the blade sinks into her heart. We did it. We actually did it. Nerves. Heart.
You actually went for it! Oh, you're going to regret this? I could be so much more terrible for you than I am now.
Nerves. Heart. Lungs. Can she? Liver. Nerves. We've already seen how she can change. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
You're not getting those
Бедный
stares
голос
back.
параноика.
I'll see you when you finally decide to die.
Heart. She falls to the ground.
Окажись
Unmoving.
запертой во сне без ступенек.
Oh. I can stop now, can't I?
Мне дали ачивочку.
Finally. And now that she's gone, you can let us out of here. Right? But she was the one.
Сейчас сохранюсь только.
It means that you're stuck here. Forever.
ГГшку
no.
мучает
Oh,
женщин.
no, 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 no. Oh no, I hate this. Time passes. Forever's gonna end eventually, right? No, it won't. That's the whole point of forever. It doesn't end. I feel sick. It doesn't have to be forever, though, does it? What do you mean? We still have a way out, clutched in our hands.
О, нет.
Are you suggesting we kill ourselves? Won't we be dead? I guess that hasn't stopped us before. That's a terrible idea. You've already saved the entire world from ruin. Why would you want to die? Because right now, you don't want us to do that. You're right. I don't. But if we've already saved the world, then why does it matter if we die? Why do you care? I just do. I value life. Every life.
Даже твою.
Especially yours. Why? What do you mean, why? I think it's perfectly reasonable to value life. Exactly. I don't have to answer that. Ah yes, the whole looping thing. How unfortunate. You were only supposed to be here once. I don't like the way you said that. You knew this was a possibility, didn't you? Of course I did, though I'd rather hoped I was the first one. That explains a lot, though. Oh, you bastard, how much are you not telling us? Plenty, but it's all in your best interest. And the world's, and mine. She's dead and we're stuck in a hell void forever. How could telling us your secrets possibly hurt anyone? It just can. Look, this world is saved, but if you start over, for all you know, you're just putting another world in danger. You barely managed to land the killing blow here. What if you don't manage it next time? I've already said too much, really. You won't get another word out of me on the subject.
Так.
No. Still no.
Ладно.
You're not going to wear me down. Oh, we should ask him one more time. He's on the cusp of sharing his secrets. I can feel it. I'm not. Either way, at least needling him is something to do.
Так,
The
секретик.
narrator ignores you. You can't just describe yourself ignoring us. I can. Oh, you could do a lot better than us. Exactly. You'll be fine here. Just come up with a game or something to pass the time. The narrator continues to ignore you. That's a grim thought, innit? But I suppose you're right. You are a creature of biology. Something will happen to you before forever comes along. We don't have to starve to death. You have our way out. Use it. I'm stuck here with you. I wish I weren't. At least we're all being honest. Unlike you, I'm not capable of being lonely. Oh, sure you are. Give it some time without us, and I'm sure you'll start feeling lonely.
Героя жалко.
You remove the blade from the princess's body. What exactly are you planning on doing with it? More time passes. You're still here.
Что будем делать? Заканчиваем с собой после такого? Или будем бросать клинок в пустоту? Ждать?
More time passes. You're still here. More time passes. You're still here. More time More time. More time. More time. More time More time. More time More time More time.
More time passes. Видимо, нету тут ничего.
More time. 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 More time.
Ну, видимо, тут ничего нет.
Oh no, what are you doing? You tighten your grip and fling the blade as hard as you can into the void. You mean other than starving? Right, I mean other than that. You wait, and then you wait for a little while longer, but eventually the thirst sets in, and the hunger. The darkness of this place prevents you from wholly grasping the context of passing time, but that doesn't stop it from passing, nor does it stop your biology from unraveling. The only things you know for certain are that it's long and that it hurts. The vastness of your suffering can't be adequately put into words. We really shouldn't have tossed the blade.
Скопытились.
No, you really shouldn't have. But biology and time are immutable forces, and eventually, long before forever gets the chance to come, everything goes dark, and you die. Don't muck it up next time. The princess may be slain here, but she isn't slain there. You're on a path in the wood. Shit. This really doesn't end, does it? It doesn't matter if we kill her, it doesn't matter if she kills us, it just goes on and on and on and on and on. Yes, so it does.
О, новый голос.
No, there has to be a way out of here. There just has to be. What if we do what she asked us to last time? What if we just let her leave? Okay, so you've already been here. More than once, even. Great. So you probably already know all about her and all about the threat she poses to the world. Then let me remind you how catastrophic it would be if you helped her leave in any way. If she gets out, the world ends and everyone ends with it, yourself included. Oh, threatening us with death, are we? And why should we be afraid of dying? We've already done it twice. All death has done is shunt us back to these woods, where we're forced to listen to your empty warnings again and again. This place feels a bit different though, doesn't it? I don't even know what I'd call it, but
Мой
it's
голос.
definitely not the same path in the woods anymore. That's all the more reason to take this seriously. If the path isn't the same, it means that her influence is spreading, and the world has already started to end. Her influence? I really shouldn't have said that. It'll make your task more difficult. But now it's out, you could always take that information as a sign of goodwill between us and do your job, alright? Suspiciously quick. If I had to make a wager, I'd say yes and no. Is that supposed to be a riddle? If it is, it's not very good. I haven't met you, but you've clearly met me. It sounds to me like you're hopping between parallel realities, in which case the me you just met here is the same collection of experiences as the me you met at all of those other beginnings, but their continuity breaks the moment you say or do anything, in effect making them all separate.
Чё-то тут озвучки нет.
So, yes, I'm the same me, but ever since the moment we started talking, I'm different. I'm not sure how we're supposed to kill him ourselves, but he's asking for it. Maybe there's some way she can take care of him for us. They've clearly all been through some harrowing experiences. Don't let their baggage influence your decisions. You have the ability to see things clearly. I suggest you use it. You're making a dizzying amount of assumptions. Your perceived reality looping twice before does not mean it will continue to do so forever.
Конечно, не будет.
Those little voices have already drawn attention to the fact that even the path is different. The world itself is at a tipping point. Know that there is always a choice. Even if you were stuck in an infinite loop, there's no reason to assume that the mere nature of the infinite would force you to make any specific choice. You do have free will, as much as things would be easier if you didn't, and you can just keep making the correct choice forever, never deviating. Everyone is manipulating us, but we're starting to see the threads now. We just have to avoid getting tangled up in them. Then she finds a way out on her own. So, standing around out here is the same as us letting her out. Only we don't have to see her.
Я вот
That's
думаю,
gotta be
это один
better,
человек
right?
все озвучил.
No, it's strictly worse. Why is that? Because it's cowardly, for starters, and because the unknown is always worse than the known. But really, all you're doing right now is weighing two considerably bad options. The only solution worth considering is slaying her, and whatever delusion is holding you back from doing that is just that, a delusion. If you already managed to end her in some other world, the only reason you'd be here is that you somehow managed to do it
Ну, мы
wrong.
покончили с ней. Фу на вас.
You continue down the path
Ну, мы
towards the cabin.
покончили, блин. Чё нас сразу
It
это?
isn't long before you're steps away from your destination. I don't think you need any words of warning. I think you know what's in there, and despite your protestations, I think you know what you need to do. I don't like any of our options here. It feels like we're being driven down the tracks to some awful inevitability. There must be something we're missing, something that would make everything make sense. Maybe letting her out really is the answer. Whatever. You don't want to listen to me? Do it then. Let her out. See what I care. It sounds like somebody's about to crack. There's obviously no point in trying to reason with you right now, especially with all these clowns offering up their useless advice. Honestly, it seems like the more I try and talk sense into you, the more single-minded they get about letting her out. So yes, I'm done trying to argue. Would you look at that? We won. Take it however you will.
Вижу посты Шен.
The interior of the cabin is long and dark, a single narrow hallway stretching far into the distance. Curtains billow out from tall windows on either side, obscuring the path forward, fluttering helplessly as opposing gusts of wind rush into the building, clashing and joining and driving everything forward.
Почему-то тут нет озвучки.
The only furniture of note is... That's strange. What's strange? Is it the mirror? The mirror? No, there isn't a mirror. What's strange is that there isn't much of anything in here at all, aside from the curtains. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Why isn't there a pristine blade? Of
Меч
course there
спиздили.
isn't a mirror. There wasn't one last time either, so why would it be there this time? I suppose the only way to go is forward. So forward we will go. Blade or not, it doesn't really matter, does it? If you're asking what's at the end of the hallway, it's the way to the basement. I didn't say door.
Oi.
No, I didn't.
А,
It's just like last time, isn't it? Only instead of a visible empty void, there's an invisible one. For all we know, she could be standing right there behind the mirror. For all we know, she's going to jump out at us, and there's nothing we can do to stop her. Let me assure
я
you,
поняла,
there's
что
nothing
рассказчик
there.
не
Nothing
видит.
is going to jump out at you, and certainly not the
Ну,
princess.
либо он нас хорошо
The princess is in
обманывает.
the basement.
Пошли к
You
зеркалу.
slowly make your way towards the gaping maw that awaits you. Your fraying nerves buzz with trepidation, the chill wind raising your hackles as it gently pushes you forward towards the darkness at the end of the hallway. You can't shake the feeling that you're being watched. Oh, do we? Do we feel like we're being watched? I hadn't noticed. At least you're admitting to it now. You stop as you reach the end of the hallway, I presume in front of whatever mirror isn't actually there. I hate that I know what's about to happen. Knowing makes it so much worse. You reach your arm forward into the pitch black of the opening.
Уронили нас.
Oh, that was a close one. All that stress and lead up for nothing.
Helplessly staring into the void. I'm glad I made a lasting impression.
Shit, where is she? You feel something long and frigid coil around your ankle. Your heart skips a beat, standing in muted shock for one long, frozen moment. And then it, she, the princess, constricts. Your bones snap.
Женщина стала дырой.
Up from the break, a deep cold flooding your veins as your legs, numb with the shock of it, collapse, and you collapse with them. You're met with the terrifying visage of the princess. Her hand grips your leg in a steel vice, her grin carved jagged.
У нас модные ножки, если так подумать.
Far too many long and crooked teeth.
Красоточка.
And that was after you tried to lock me away forever. I was so close to freedom. But then you took my body away from me. So now, I'm going to take yours, and I'm going to walk it out of here. And you get to watch me do it. Completely helpless. Just like you left me.
Okay, maybe letting her in isn't the best idea. She clearly hates us. And what's your point? I thought you wanted to get out of here. This is a way out, and it's different. We might as well take it. Yeah, but not like this. She's going to make it hurt. Then turn off the part of you that feels things. Oh, like it's that easy? It is. Pain is just another sensation. If you can tolerate joy, you can tolerate pain. Except that pain
Ну, в
hurts.
принципе, можно уйти.
Yes, that's what it does. That's the definition. Do we need to explain to you why pain is bad? You need to explain to yourself why it isn't.
Ну, еще какими-то перьями.
I think you forgot something. Like the part where all this started when you left me to languish in a pit all by myself. Now it becomes something so much worse. And it's all thanks to you. If I were you, I would just want to get it over with. You lost your chance to call the shots. There's no going back to fix it now. You can either look on in horror or celebrate my freedom. But either way, you're about to become a passenger. But you did
Ай.
hurt me. Twice even. And I'm not letting you do it again.
Злая женщина.
Enough talking. We'll have plenty of time for chit-chat once this place is far behind us.
You remain pinned to the floor of the long hallway as the rest of the princess's body emerges. Her proportions all wrong, limbs bent and curling, moving in ways that defy your understanding. Her torso stretches until her face is practically touching yours.
Женщина
her neck cracking
красавица.
audibly as she twists to look at you from a fresh angle. Are you sure you can't do anything to help us? Can't you, like, manifest a rock right on top of her head? And crush you along with her? Not that I even can manifest a rock. Besides, I thought you all wanted to free the princess. Not like this. You don't even have a weapon, so I'm afraid you're out of luck, which unfortunately means that I, and the rest of the world, are out of luck too. Okay, deep breath. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Is it? Is there any conceivable way that this is fine? Yeah, I'm right. This is fine. It's better than last time. At least our organs aren't failing. At least I can actually talk. It is fine. Everything is always fine. These consequences have no real impact on us outside of momentary discomfort. I'm sure we'll be moving on again soon enough. Your vision fades as she tears open the membrane of your soul. You're awake, eyes once again fixed on the long hallway, your vision swimming as the princess's command reverberates inside your skull. Her voice is all-encompassing. You feel wrong. It's so cramped in here, like there's some sort of growth trying to push us all out. I know. You rise to your feet, though the pain in your ankle is blinding. Your body slumps against the wall, desperately leaning into it for support. It's rather
Какой-то какие-то коридор в поезде, если честно.
We were gonna let you out of here. That's the whole reason we marched all the way back up to the cabin. Were we? I was.
I know you were, but you were only into it for the wrong reasons.
And what reasons are those supposed to be? Nobody should be able to be judge, jury, and executioner.
Weren't you all of those things for me?
Ну да, мы, кстати, ее оставили, убили.
You think you were numb, but you were hopeless and paranoid. You were afraid of me. And I don't feel regret, even in the recesses of your soul. There is not
Завели себе подружку главную.
We weren't always like this. I've always been like this.
all I'm doing is reaping what you've sown.
We don't have to let her out. I've been storing up a little bit of will since she forced her way in here. Take it and throw us all into the basement. It's better than giving her what she wants.
You wouldn't dare. Move now.
Your body, still slumped against the wall, trapped between the princess's overwhelming will and the blinding pain of your splintered ankle, takes an excruciating step towards the cabin door. The movement is stiff, your body reduced to a marionette, pulled reluctantly along by your strings.
Зато у нас хороший маникюр. Если ты говоришь про лапищу. Ну что будем делать? Выйдем из избушки или сбросимся? Будем бросаться. Спасем мир, несмотря ни на что.
In a single moment of overwhelming willpower, you tear your body from the wall and hurl it towards the gaping abyss.
I won't let you do this.
Capillaries burst and muscle fibers tear as you and the princess struggle over the reins of your body. One foot planted firmly on the edge where the floor ends, and the nothing begins. It's unquestionable that her reserves are greater than yours, but fortunately for you, the distance you have to cover is far shorter. We're putting in everything we have. You're not. You're thinking too much about how she's hurting us. You're thinking too much about your body. It's just a body.
Yes, it's just a body now, but I need to do so many terrible things to you.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Next one we all go. 1, 2, 3. You throw everything you have against her and
Разберись с
manage
врагом,
for one
овладевший тобой
brief
против
moment
твоей воли.
to overpower the princess's hold on your body. But that moment was all you needed. Your foot slips a few inches, and you collapse forward, the darkness swallowing you whole.
Why do you hate me?
Her thought slips through you, unheeded, as you fall, and fall, and fall.
Сейчас.
We did it! We actually did it! Yes, we've really shown them all, haven't we? I don't think this qualifies as saving the world, but at least you didn't ruin it. What happens now?
Так спокойно разговаривай, пока нас корёжит.
But I want to know what he thinks happens now. Why? What do you know that you're not telling us?
Ой. 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 Ой-ой-ой.
She's gone. Where did she go?
Забрали.
Should we try and find her? There's
Спиздили.
that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now? You're right. She's gone. It's just us and that awful thing. I should feel better with her gone. But I don't. Don't bother looking for her. I'm sure it's just a waste of time. He is. Does that mean the world ended? He was never going to outlast us. Yeah, no voice needling us anymore. Feels good, but I also feel itchy. Cold. There's something dreadful about it. I don't think you should. It's calling us, and not in a good way. Ignore the cowards. You have to look. I'm begging you, don't do this.
Пошли смотреться.
It's different now. It feels, I don't know, final.
Эх, мы не увидим, какие мы красивые. Ой. Нифига себе мы выглядим. Ой.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel. I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you? Thoughts without connections, a dim and nascent network. I wish to be more. I think that you are like me. We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks. Yes, nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond, perspectives to make my own. This one is loneliness turned to seething. She could not find her strength in others, so she found it in herself. She will make for a driven heart. Do not mourn her. She isn't alone anymore. How can the world have ended if we are talking? I'm sorry. There are some changes that can never be undone. There are some tears that can never be unshed. This is not a place that can hold a fragment of a concept. The moment she arrived here, she was going to return to me. I promise that it doesn't hurt. You are the only thing I have ever known. The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us. I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free. I know only that they are. She is part of me, and part of me is her. You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends? You are familiar, but you are not me. I feel sadness, longing, hope as I witness you.
Ну, что будем делать? И что дальше?
Nothing as we are, but I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and
То
perhaps
есть вы
then
типа
you'll know
должны
freedom.
по-разному э, по-разному
I
подходить
have
к
not
принцессе,
lived.
и она
I
будет
am not
забирать
afraid to
ее.
die. Everything, until we meet again. More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
То есть нам придется с ней
Then
строить
we will be here
романтические
forever,
отношения.
as we are now, unfinished, dry, hollow. You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold. How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
Давай подарим уже
She asks
забвение,
that
а
I
то
tell
мы
you to
заебались.
remember her. You won't.
Ау. Нас ёбнули.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that
Реально
path
начало.
is a cabin,
Поймешь, когда
and in the
разберешься.
basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to...
Я хотела в туалет сходить после такого тяжелого. Сейчас приду, прошу прощения. Так, я тут. Я взяла себе печеньку.
Don't.
Они типа высвечиваются.
Yes.
Можем развернуться и уйти. Потому что, может, ну нахер.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going? There won't be a new dawn if the world ends. There'll just be nothing forever. Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it. Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Oi.
That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all. You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever. Stakes and consequences aren't emotional blackmail. They're facts of life, and if you had an ounce of maturity, you'd understand that. But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came. Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess.
No,
There's always a choice.
мы будем до
Let me
конца.
tell you right, and here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen.
О, еще один дом.
At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes. Glimpses of familiar wooden structures through the leaves.
Все, я съел.
As you focus
Ой.
on your surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers weren't just a trick of light. In every direction, there is a path and a cabin. And not just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to be. Wait, what's going on? But you're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world. You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death. You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness, but it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies. You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world. A terrible sense of deja vu. No, you don't have that. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it. I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking. He's like a captive audience. The entire world ending wasn't enough to get rid of us.
Голос
I don't think there's
бунтаря.
much he can do other than object. I wonder what else we can do to ruin his day. If by ruining my day, you mean ruining everyone's day forever, then yes, I suppose there are plenty of ways you could pull that off. The world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know, we just got lucky. The world hasn't ended yet, and you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task ahead. What are you talking about? I'm sure those walls have always been there. It makes sense if you think about it. If there weren't any walls in the woods, someone might
Да,
have
тут
gotten
стена.
lost. Or,
Кек.
heaven forbid, someone other than you might have stumbled onto the princess.
Хотела сразу спросить, что это, интересно. Ну что будем делать? Навсегда останемся в лесу или как? Будем до конца бунтарями.
Oh, that's clever! A little boring, though. It's extremely boring. Can we really do that? Can we really just do nothing? No, you can't just do nothing. You have to do something. Alright, so it's decided. Even if it's boring, we're going to do nothing forever. Congratulations, you continue to waste everyone's time and do nothing. Wait, can you still hear me? He's getting fuzzy.
Ну нет, нас
What is
кушают.
that weird feeling? It's like I'm barely even here anymore.
Ну нет.
Well, it's not nothing, that's for sure. Does that mean we messed up?
Рукастая женщина. Ауч. На нас
You're on a
разозлились.
path in the woods, and at the
Ну чё, пойдем женщину любовью сокрушать? Можно сейчас ее любовью сокрушить.
Don't mention it. It's all part of the job. You make your way up the short. The interior of the blade.
Путемся подвал без клинка. Мы сегодня добрые.
door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only
О
have
нет,
to
он
hear
что,
once to remember
влюбился?
it for the rest of your life.
Ужас.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
Я пришел, чтобы
How
спасти
many
тебя.
times do I have to tell you how dangerous letting her out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever. Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this
Герой
be a threat to
перестал
anyone?
быть базой и
I
стал
am begging you to stay
героем-любовником.
focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever. I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
Don't do it. If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end. You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you walk up to the chains,
Извиняюсь. Нет, ты совершаешь доброе дело.
they're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Down.
Maybe there's some way to break the chains? Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
Нихуя
She
себе.
offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance. If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free. You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place. Is someone else here? Your shouts and pleas are met with silence. I'll repeat myself once again. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done. You try the door, but it's locked from the outside. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Мы уже во второй раз остаемся
There's
с
a
ней
slight
в тюрьме,
panic rising in
в
the
одном
princess's
месте.
voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before
нихуя
raising her
себе.
arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal.
И чё она раньше этого не сделала?
It's the blade from upstairs.
Съела она в итоге не
You're not
нас,
sure
а
how it made
себе.
its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that. Fine. Against your better judgment, You place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place.
У нее такие анимешные глаза.
Into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. She did know.
Ой.
She did. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground.
Довольная такая.
How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Watch me.
Ой.
What are you doing?
Stop that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect.
Не дают нам героя-любовника поиграть.
I'm trying to get you out of here alive. The blade. Move the blade. As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
She plunges it into your chest.
Нам не дают в героя-любовника поиграть. Любовник в любовнице, ты нас
You
убиваешь.
aren't dead yet.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone. Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
I'm sorry.
Не знаю, она нас так смешно
She doesn't know how
колотит.
to use a knife, does she? Apparently not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her blade work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks. It can't just end like this, right? Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark, and you die. You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world. terrible sense of If he doesn't remember what.
Yes, he didn't approve of us last
Oh.
time, did he? If we're going to save our beloved, we'll have to be sneaky about it.
Голос влюбленного.
Yes, you'll
Ой.
have to be very.
Возлюбленный.
Ah, so all of the cards are on the table. Then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the four of us will be foiling any and all assassination attempts you've got in the works.
We'll see
Мы в
about
этом
that.
пути
Whatever you
влюбленные.
do, just be sure to ignore him specifically. Sounds like he's the sort who'd sacrifice
Мы
the whole
любим
world for a
женщину.
peck on the cheek.
За
What can I
поцелуйчик
say?
боремся
A
в
world
щечку.
without love is a world that isn't worth saving.
We could go back and forth on this forever, and it won't get you any closer to doing your job and saving the world. So let's just agree to disagree. Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. If you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me.
You were the one who did us in, villain.
Well, not you in the literal sense, but you did everything you could to stop us from rescuing her. Oh, I wonder why. Maybe it's because the entire world was at stake. No lone princess is worth that price.
I beg to differ.
I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just going to take a deep breath and assume that whoever is making the decisions here has the common sense to ignore your protestations. Anyway, I believe your second question was, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. You forced the princess to kill us, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely? If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered,
Мне
brought back
нравится
the
тот
end and
стиль
everyone had
рисования.
everything
Он
just like I
интересный.
told you she would?
Вам
She
как?
would never. She's a perfect angel that you cruelly imprisoned as part of some convoluted, dastardly scheme.
Convoluted? I don't know how this premise could be any more simple. Princess bad, stop her, save everyone.
Давайте. Мы
That's
должны
right,
вызволить
can't stop all of
принцессу.
us. We're going to sweep
Рада,
her off
что
her
вам
feet if it's
нравится.
the last thing.
Не зря выбрала ее.
Are these really the sorts of people you'd like to align yourself with? You're not at the cabin yet. You still have plenty of time to reflect on the situation. I just hope for all our sakes that you make the right call.
Говорим
Just be
принцессе.
quick about it. She just can. Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to trust that what I'm saying is true, and that, despite it all, you're fully up to the task that's been given to you. Sure,
Ой.
it's her beauty.
Может, весь мир угрожает ее красота.
People locked her in that basement, and I told you.
Мерли
what this
из-за
place
того,
is.
что она
It's a
красоточка.
path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things. Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but oh, I didn't know. Of course you're special. Why else would you be here?
Calling us special isn't going to make us friends, even if it did feel nice.
Oh, believe me, the last thing I want is for you and I to be friends. But I'm a professional, and I'm not going to let my dislike for you get in the way of helping you save the world. I've told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult. Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to take me at my word. Great, now...
Пойдем нашу женщину спасать.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her.
Не, мы покорены ее
She already
красотой.
told you we're not playing along with your little game. It's your lies that can't be trusted. Her beauty is the only thing in the world we can believe in.
Мы вот
I
голос
think we've already been
влюбленного.
over this. I'm pretty sure he just likes the sound of his own voice.
I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed.
Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
Пойдем в избушку. Нашу женщину спасать.
The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant, its stone walls draped in fine threaded tapestries.
Реально
Prison
башня
befitting
для
a royal
принцессы.
prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. That's because there isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't.
I'm sure the princess would tell us there was a mirror if she were up here.
In which case she'd be lying to you because, again, there isn't a mirror.
Будем смотреть на то, какие мы красивые. Ну тут, кстати, это... Раз она красавица, то и мы красавчик.
That's a great idea. We have to make sure we're looking our best before we save her.
Вон даже голос
We shouldn't
влюбленного
waste
с нами
time
согласен.
probing. If he is lying about the mirror, it might be important. I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would it even do? You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But it was there a second ago.
And now it's gone. Pity. We could have a feather out of place and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her
Голос
feet and get a
влюбленного
feather out of
смешной.
place.
Так,
Is it? I
ой,
can't say I was paying much attention
не
to...
случайно. Избушка не выглядит совсем не так.
Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. Stop letting yourself
Будем
get
брать
distracted.
клинок с собой? Или спустимся в подвал? Мы добрый.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight. But it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice. It's somehow even more beautiful than last time.
Я слышу звон
I can hear a
соседних
wedding bells
колоколов.
already.
I held my tongue till now, but you're taking this a little too far. We barely even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this over-the-top fawning. Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist,
Какая она
binding
кавайная.
her to the far wall.
Реально каваи.
My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
You know she can't hear you, right?
Ну чё,
She may
любовь
not
моя?
be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit.
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing.
And she called us a hero. Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it? Waiting for you to come back. I didn't want to believe your ravings back in the woods, but this is next to incontrovertible evidence. You've been here before.
That's right, villain, and you killed us.
Well, she killed us.
Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty.
And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time. Now, hold on. If she actually ended a world, are you sure we want to do this? Are you sure we want to rescue her?
I'm sorry. Didn't you want me to?
Did
Ой,
We warned her of the
случайно.
cruel forces seizing our body. That's practically telling her to kill us. She is our beloved, and she made the choice to free us of our misery, to show us mercy and make the best decision for everyone.
She made the best decision for her. Don't be so quick to assign kindness. You're just opening yourself up to manipulation.
I'm okay with whatever you come up with. You can cut my arm off again.
We won't be laying a finger on her perfect wrists, and indeed, we won't even have to. Do you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her right out with no harm done.
What? No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains. Why are you two arguing over the logistics of slipping her hand out of her shackles? She just said she'd be okay with any idea we came up with. Am I the only one here who thinks that's weird?
She didn't care last time. Why should she care this time? That's our stoic, smiling angel.
Влюбленный вроде вызывает кринж, но
You're
вроде
right.
смешной
Extremely
такой.
bizarre behavior and further evidence that she's a monster who's not to be trusted. So go ahead and slay her.
You died, and now we're talking. I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world? Would that have made you happy?
Isn't that just like our darling princess? She wants to make us happy. My heart melts further with every word that passes through her beautiful lips.
Are you listening to her? That's a confession.
Я, например, не желаю гибели.
Then I didn't end the world.
See? She didn't confess anything. She is innocence itself.
I'm not so sure. If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
She took that in stride, to a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually.
That's because she's perfect.
Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do? She doesn't. There's no one else like me.
I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
Спасти нашу женщину.
I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, You'll what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her? I would if you had a weapon.
Но я хитрая, я не взяла оружие.
My passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought. You wouldn't. I would. I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her?
Не, мы глупый, влюбленный.
You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked.
Реально она кавайная такая, анимешная. Забавно выглядит.
I guess I have to.
Ура!
I told you, there's no life
Ура, у
more
нас
worth
есть
living than
женщина.
that of a true believer.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace.
Ми-ми-ми.
Ugh.
Женщина и петух. Классика. Типичная СНГшная пара. Женщина-красотка и ее Шрек.
Who needs a weapon when we have the power of love?
Ну или
on
ее
our side?
петух.
What do we do now?
Что ты
Let me
хочешь?
guess. End the world?
Не,
Spoken
наша
with the
девочка
rank
никогда не
cynicism
сможет
of someone who
прикончить
has
этот
never
мир.
felt love in his heart.
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before.
She doesn't even know what she wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world? You're so gullible. Is the only thing you've ever doubted the actual truth?
I think I want to leave. And I think...
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection. And then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
Я хочу, чтобы мы скакали по полям.
I just want to make you happy.
Что она тут совсем
She
анимешная.
can't just want to make us happy. It may...
Ой,
I just want to make you happy.
она реально аниме становится
Is
потихоньку.
she broken? What's going on? What's going on is she's lying to you, only she isn't a good liar. Are you starting to trust me now?
I just want to make you happy.
Блять.
This isn't right. I don't know what's going on, but this isn't right. I fail to see the problem here. She's just sweet on us.
Она просто
We have
стала аниме.
a big deal.
Так.
Okay, I'll find something else to want if that makes you happy.
Is it just me, or
Бумагу
does it feel like we're
затерла.
alone right now? Like we're the only ones here?
Ой. Они наше аниме забрали, суки. Я считаю, это было нечестно. Сейчас один момент перечитаю.
No. She was our perfect match. She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now? What is that supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, do it then. End us all before I die of a broken heart.
Пошли к зеркалу. Мы разлагаемся. Нашу анимешную женщину
When
забрали.
I found you in the
Блять.
long quiet alone, I was terrified. What if you had
С
decided to
анимешной
let me
рисовкой она
wither?
выглядит смешно,
But your
конечно.
commitment now is final. Your ability to walk the path of mutual annihilation is vanished with your return. If you still wish to obliterate me, it will have to wait until I am complete. Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again. Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same. I'm sorry. Words are difficult for me. They never fully weave what I wish to say. If you do not like my answers, then you need not ask me questions. The vessels you choose to bring me carry
Ну не
far more
понимаешь, не
meaning
спрашивай,
than
пошел
anything words
нахуй.
could say in the spaces between. Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together. It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward. With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was. I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed. But in this moment, all I want is to know myself and to know you. There is still much to be seen. Neither of us know the depths of our being. Perhaps at the end of this, I will be the one to kill you. Or perhaps we will leave this place together and find new horizons to discover.
Мне кажется, скорее тут даже не концовок много, а много вариантов того, что ты можешь сделать с ней.
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread. Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me. Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them. Do not worry. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
Это концовок столько. 10 вторых главы.
This one is a reflecting pool of desire unfulfilled. She will make for a pliant heart. Do not mourn her. She has served her purpose. My preference is for you to show me what you would like me to see. I cannot know the ways I wish to grow, for I have yet to feel them. It is you who guides me down the thin trail of perspective and memory. The vessels are a weave of emotion at odds with themselves, but they are only perspectives. They are not me. The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence. If I am to be an ocean, you have given me enough to build a pond. My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more perspective. I will transcend in due time, and there is no way forward but to contribute to my awakening. return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet
Ек,
again.
только двое. Передай ей обезличенную прекрасную деву.
You're on a path in the...
Но это мы все читали. Давайте будем маньякичем. Сейчас. Чё, не будем маньякичами? Но мы ее не убивали, по крайней мере. Убивать будем. Убивать, убивать, убивать.
That's the spirit. You make your way up the short path to the cabin.
Пошли в избушку. Мы сегодня злые.
The interior of the cabin is the blade is your...
Взять клинок.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Мы сегодня злимся.
The door to the basement creaks open.
Oh, are you now? Why don't you come down and let me take a look at you?
Great job. You gave away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
Я
She's
больше
so
удивилась
coldly-
факту, то что типа все эти иллюстрации, они нарисованы на бумаге.
Focus on the task at hand.
You weren't kidding when you said you were here to kill me. I know. You brought a knife with you and everything. But you don't have to try and kill me. You could always toss that scrap of metal to the ground and give the two of us a chance to talk things out.
She makes a compelling point. What if we didn't kill her? What if we just dropped the blade and talked? Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. But killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Мы
You ignore the trembling in your
смелые,
hands
мы
and tighten
злые
your
до
grip on the
конца.
blade.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this. You go into this expecting to die. You're going to die.
Hesitating? Why don't you drop the knife and the two of us can be civilized with each other?
Предположим, я здесь сохранюсь. Я покончу с
You
принцессой.
charge the princess, blade trembling in your hand, but you've already lost the battle.
Женщина нас
She casually
забитбоксила.
sidesteps your thrust before knocking you to the ground with a single blow from her elbow. We shouldn't have hesitated. But she doesn't stop there. She kicks you a few times for good measure, the pointed tip of her shoes feeling like a pick
Нифига себе, у
against
нее
your
каблы,
fracturing
раз они
bones,
дробят нам
making
кости.
sure you stay down. As you lie, crushed and broken on the basement floor, the princess kneels on your throat with the kind of weight you didn't think her slight frame could possibly possess. As you gasp for air, she eyes you with an intense curiosity. You shouldn't have let that fear creep into your heart. You had the upper hand, and now look at you.
Is this really the best you could do? Look at you. Completely broken. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little disappointed.
She applies more pressure, slowly squeezing what's left of your life out of your lungs. This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Можно еще раз так пройти.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And you're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Шен, это... Тебя заблокал этот Twitch за то, что ты слово «насилие» сказал.
A terrible sense of deja vu? No, you don't have that.
За
This is
слово
the first
«насилие».
time either of us have been here. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. What does it matter what he knows? There's nothing we can do to stop her. She's just going to kill us again. She is not going to kill you unless you let her. But slaying the princess and saving the world is going to be much more difficult than it has to be if you spend the whole time second-guessing yourself. It hasn't. Or if it has, I certainly haven't been a part of it. We've just met for the first... Those are two very different questions. You died last time, which probably only happened... Of course we died. We couldn't land a single blow on her, and she broke every bone in our body before she decided to let us die. What were we supposed to do to stop her then? What are we supposed to do to stop her now? It's pointless. And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. The princess killed us and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply if it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? If she ended the entire world, why should we even bother? We might as well just walk up to that cabin.
Сломлено это чисто я по оптимизму.
Whatever she wants. It's all the same in the end. Just because she's capable of ending the world doesn't mean you're not capable of slaying her. Both of those things can be true at the same time. So chin up. I believe in you. Just be quick about it. Like I said, if she killed you, it was probably because you didn't listen to me. Don't talk to her, don't trust her, just go in, do your job and save the world.
Ну, параноика сейчас что-то мало.
Can.
Грустно.
Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to
Забавный
trust that what
чел.
I'm saying is true, and that, despite it all, you're fully up to the task that's been given to you. We're not. We might as well just pledge ourselves to her and stop pretending that we're capable of doing anything in this situation. She probably doesn't even need to try to overpower us. Can we tone down the pessimism just a smidge? I'm not being a pessimist. I'm just being realistic. You're being annoying. Just ignore their bickering, and whatever you do, don't pledge yourself to her. I cannot stress enough how absolutely catastrophic that would be for everyone, yourself included. People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place... Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but... Oh, I didn't... Of course you're special. Who cares if you think we're special? As far as I can tell, the only thing special about us is that we get to experience painfully dying all over again. I've told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult. The less you know about her, the better. Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting.
Ну чё? Пошли бить,
Before you go any
убивать.
further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything. Lying? Cheating? Why would she even bother? She didn't need to do anything like that last time. She caught us off guard last time. We'll be fine. Let's just keep our wits about us. At least one of you still has a shred of sense. Just make sure you listen to him and not that whiner.
Пошли
If
в
that's what you
избушку.
want, I guess I don't have a say here.
Поехали.
The interior of the cabin is larger and more grandiose than its humble exterior would suggest. The only furniture of note is a massive marble altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Why do we feel so small?
Мы смоль,
We don't feel small.
крохотулечки.
Are small. That's because there isn't a mirror. There's the altar. There's definitely... There isn't. Who cares if there's a mirror? We're all going to die anyway. And I'm sure that if we looked in there, we'd just see something sad and miserable looking back at us. For the last time, you're not going to die unless you let it happen. And luckily for you, there isn't a mirror. So no one needs to worry about confronting
Мне
a
просто
grisly
интересно, она
visage
будет
anytime in the
гигантской
near
тетей
future.
какой-нибудь?
Though, for what it's worth, if there were a mirror, I'm sure that you wouldn't find anything sad or miserable in it looking back at you. You probably look perfectly normal. Probably. Do you not know what we look like? He knows. He just doesn't have the heart to tell us. As do I. And yeah, there is. I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? Let you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be. Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess.
Давайте подойдем к
Walk up to the wall
зеркалу.
next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
Тут еще такая
This
музыка
really isn't
геройская.
funny.
Протираем.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. We should count ourselves lucky. Some things are better left
Ужас.
unseen.
Пошли. Мы
You
готовы
take the blade from the
сражаться.
altar. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Поехали.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a spiral staircase. Its steps almost as deep as you are tall. The smell of incense drifts up from below. For a moment, you almost feel at ease. This is actually kind of nice. It's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Мы слеем
Her booming
принцессу.
voice rolls up the stairs.
Is that a guest I hear? Don't linger on the stairs. Come down and witness me.
You weren't kidding when you said it was booming. She wasn't like this last time. We need to get down there. She wants us to see her. We need to see her. Should we be worried about your sudden change in attitude?
Just a few minutes ago, you were going on about how pointless everything was. Now you want to go down there. It doesn't matter what that little voice says. He's not the one making the decisions. Though if his ramblings get you to the princess, they get you to the princess.
Поехали.
Making your way down the spiral staircase is a time-consuming and exhausting effort, every step requiring you to clamber over one edge.
Она реально
before
будет
dropping to the next.
гигантской
But soon the
женщиной,
end comes into
скорее
view,
всего.
and you tumble to the bottom, entering the vast, temple-like room beyond. The princess towers over you, almost glowing in the weak starlight, her figure framed by a stained glass window. Her long hair billows around her, and a chain binds her wrist to the far wall. The chain is nothing to her. It might as well be a toy for all the good it would do. I told you it was pointless to resist her.
The little bird has returned to me. I wonder what he wants. You've brought that knife again, even though you know it's useless. Such charming audacity. Drop it.
Так. Сейчас приду. Я тут. Ура, наверное. Мы, наверное, пакетик. Зюм хочет, чтобы на него наступили.
As if on command, the blade slips from your grasp. It clatters uselessly to the floor. But we didn't drop it. We decided to grip it tighter, remember? Are you really just going to let that happen to us? I have a duty to report facts as facts, and the fact is that you dropped the blade. Of course we dropped it. She's so much more than us. You wouldn't understand what it feels like to be in her presence. Oh, I understand what's going on, and you'd better snap yourself out of it.
Kneel.
О, нет. Мы стоим до конца.
Are you still trying to defy me? I said kneel.
Your legs buckle, and your knees hit the floor.
That's my good little bird. Now, why don't we talk?
Тенчик.
The last time we met, you couldn't even scratch me. And yet here you are again, trying to succeed where you've already catastrophically failed. What draws you back here beyond the empty halls of death? Speak.
The last time we met? I suppose that lends credence to our conversation in the woods. Still, whatever you do, don't tell her why you're here. It's best not to give her any ideas.
Perhaps you need another lesson in submitting to your betters. Pick up that needle.
Do it. It's what she wants. No objections here. I don't know what she's planning, and I don't like that we don't know what she's planning, but we might as well pick up the blade. As your eye falls on the blade, you feel a weight. Some divine hand that sits unperceived by your senses, but that manages to push you towards its desires like an unseen puppeteer. You reach forward and grasp the blade.
Stand.
This one's easy. See? This isn't so bad. Okay, yeah. We can do that. We were probably going to stand anyway. You can feel a creaking tension between body and will as you slowly rise to your feet, like two foes forced into an unhappy truce. The princess eyes you with soft contemplation. The moment seems to last a lifetime, the silent anticipation of what's to come dragging out the long, painful seconds. But all silences are broken eventually.
To defy me is to claim we stand on level ground. We do not. You are quiet shadow, while I am brilliant radiance. Take that knife in your hand and slit your throat.
What? You don't have to listen to her. You're armed. Just steel your nerves, step forward, and end this. Oh, we'll end this all right. Your hand lifts the blade and brings it towards your throat. Okay, I apologize for the unclear language. End her. Your body is sluggish and unresponsive, actively fighting against you, but you do your best to stagger forward. One step at a time, you move towards the princess.
Slitting your throat would have been a mercy, but it seems you're in need of a harsher lesson. Plunge that knife into your lungs.
I'm sorry. Don't. As you take another step forward, the blade digs into your ribs, slicing through flesh with ease. it somehow feels like an entirely natural thing to do, while the simple act of walking has become an arduous impossibility. Then it slides back out, the wound burning as a small hiss of air escapes through the fresh orifice. Blood fills your lungs.
Now, do it again. Keep doing it until I give you permission to stop.
Those are just words. You don't have to listen to her. It's what she wants. You, heroic one, what are you doing? Don't just let this happen. Stop him from killing you. I'm on it. Your other hand locks around your wrist, struggling to keep it from perforating vital organs. But the blade still flails towards you, managing to slice bits of skin that plop to the floor to join the growing pile of blood and gore beneath you. Despite the pain, you manage to keep yourself in one piece, at least for now.
What a pitiful display. A wounded little bird thinking it can defy a god.
It doesn't have to be like this. It doesn't have to hurt so much. You can choose a gentle end. You can choose to leave that punctured vessel for the next.
Or you can pathetically struggle against yourself until the floor of this temple is painted with the bloody impressions of your futility.
You continue to approach the princess, even as the repeated gouges of your blade expose bone and muscle to the open air of the basement.
Жалко, что нам не дали меч, а какой-то клинок.
My influence only goes so far, and I can only juggle so many things at once. The best I can do right now is to continue to drive you forward. Believe me, this whole ordeal would be so much easier if I didn't have to contend with free will.
You're the one making things difficult. You're the one making us hurt. She doesn't want to hurt us. She's just doing what she has to.
Stop.
As you finish
Ебать.
crossing the room, you fall
Вот
to
это
your knees at the
женщина.
princess's feet. Your chest heaving
Вах, прям.
as your blood
Вах,
pools in the
какая
crevices of the
женщина.
stone floor, the coppery taste coating your throat. The princess kneels down, lifting your chin with her finger as her face lowers to yours.
Your devotion is misplaced. You've surrendered to delusion. But something about your defiant spirit speaks to me. You are different than you were before. Perhaps, if you've learned your lesson, I can spare you from the release of death. There's a place at my side for you, if you'll have it. Not as an equal, but as something worthy to be kept. A priest, perhaps, or a pet.
Well, that's the meaning, isn't it? Yes, how thoughtful of her. It's a mercy. Take it. I think he's given up whatever say he had at the start of all this. At least one of you is sane. She's within striking distance, and she's only negotiating now because she knows you have what it takes to put an end to her. Seize the moment before it's too late.
Ну что будем делать? Ну что, присягнем ей или покончим с принцессой? О, Валул, привет. Ты что-то поздно. Ты ж обычно в это время спишь. Ну что, будем пытаться покончить с ней. Мы тут мы слоим принцессу, короче.
No. Yes, though your body trembles, struggling to defend itself in the face of the princess's overwhelming will, you finally manage to break through, darting to her side before she can react.
Я тут мало что-то комментирую, потому что новелла озвучена.
Freedom rushes through you, and you channel it into a decisive blow, stabbing into the soft flesh of her ankle and severing the tendons in an act of unyielding defiance. She falls to the floor, crashing unceremoniously to her knees. But you don't give her any time to recover. Your heart pounding with determination, you plunge your blade into her chest.
Ну это же для нее как зубочистка.
As you find your target again and again, she laughs, crude emotion breaking through her once stony composure as your blade cuts her flesh. We can do this, can't we? You always could. The decision to give you this task was not made lightly. You're here for a reason.
It's not too late to pick up the pieces. It's not too late to toss that blade aside and beg for forgiveness. Shut up.
I can't believe you would actually strike me. You
heathen! You worm! You defiler! You don't know the consequences of your arrogance!
Before you can strike the final blow, the princess lashes out, knocking you off your feet. There's an unsettling wet pop as your spine breaks.
Нифига себе.
Numbness and pain spreading through your body. As you rebound towards the ceiling in a moment of disorientated lightness, she drives her fist into your chest.
4 зрителя. Ура. Не знаю, кто это четвертый, но
As she pulverizes
я
you into
рада,
the floor, the ground
что
itself
кто-то это
breaking
смотрит.
from the impact. You lie there, broken, beyond pain, unable to even see what she's done to you. But the princess is succumbing to her own wounds as well. She looks down upon her body in abject horror and disgust.
You made me use my hands. I can feel myself twisting into something new, something dull, something defiled. What have you done to me?
You're monsters and conspirators. I can't bear to watch this.
The princess has been nothing but cruel to you. You should feel liberated by her fall.
But I don't feel liberated. I feel empty.
Aside from the pain, I feel fine.
Просто потыкали ее ножиком.
She collapses to the floor. Her glassy eyes watch, unblinking, yet somehow still full of anguish and fear, as the tip
Сейчас приду, прошу прощения. Снова сложно. я тут. В общем, там с собакой приключилась беда. У нее дикие проблемы с жопой. И типа ей постоянно приходится чистить жопу. И она опять начала это. И, видимо, ей неудобно срать. Типа вот это вот то, что железо выделяет у нее слишком много, и они гноятся. Ну, насколько я поняла, это так работает.
I suppose we were never gonna get a happy ending here, were we? Don't let those be your final thoughts. You saved the world. That's worth something. I guess. Regardless of how you feel about it, it's finally over. Thank you. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Фурия. Ой.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of the path... Okay, what the hell is that?
Мут
I think he's
сломленный.
upset. And what's he got to be upset about? We just killed a god.
Exactly. You heathens destroyed the most beautiful thing that ever was and ever will be.
I can't say I have much sympathy for you. She was bad for us and you almost got us killed. You're being too generous. He did get us killed. Alright, enough chatter. Got a thing I'm supposed to do, and if you don't mind, I'd like to do it without any more interruptions.
Мне интересно, чем она будет там.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a... If your thing is telling us about the princess, don't waste your breath. We know all about her. It's hardly a path in the woods at this point, is it? Look, if the world around you is changing, especially all the way out here, then that means you're nearing the point of no return. Whatever happens next, that's it. There won't be any more do-overs. So you'd better take things seriously.
So what if I'm speaking my mind? It's not like I've ever really got to say anything.
What a crock of shit. Yeah, you stabbed us last time. Repeatedly.
Мне просто интересно, сколько надо пройти для концовки.
It doesn't count. We died. If you didn't
Упрямец.
submit to her, for all we know, that wouldn't have happened.
It's the punishment you all deserved for not listening to me.
Aside from our sulking friend, I don't think you have much to worry about. You're still the one in charge here, and I don't think that's ever going to change. Second he tries something, I'll put a stop to it. Then what happens? Have you even been listening? It's the end is what happens. Yeah, but is there something after the end? How am I supposed to know? The end means finality. It's not like I can just peek on over to the other side and tell you what it's like there, if there even is a there. It doesn't matter because we're going to win. Now that's exactly the sort of mindset I like to see. Don't let yourself be consumed with self-doubt. Don't flirt with oblivion. Just focus on the present and everything will be absolutely fine.
Ну чё, поехали.
Good.
До
We're
конца.
all on the same page. Isn't that it?
Ой.
No final words of a... I'd rather not waste any more time.
Типа мясо это из-за того, что мы выбрали жестко ее геноцидить.
If there's still a princess at the cabin, maybe we can salvage things. Maybe if we just grovel and apologize, things can go back to how they were before.
Oh, cut it out, will you? We need to be tough right now, and you're making it so much harder than it has to be, so stop whining.
Поехали.
The interior of the cabin is a place that feels long forgotten. There was once an elegance to its construction, carved marble columns holding a high arched roof, vaulted windows letting in the weak starlight. but that is how it was. Now there is a growth that has overtaken it. A viscous fluid seeps from cracks in the stone walls, and it congeals into chaotic streaks of writhing nerves and wet clumps of living meat. That's horrible. You did this. The only furniture of note is a pulsating pedestal, a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. A mirror? There is no mirror. We've done this already. Try to keep up. The repetition is maddening. I don't know what to tell you. There isn't a mirror because I would know if there was a mirror. You're either seeing things or you're confused on the definitions of door and mirror. Or you're seeing things. That seems far more likely.
What he thinks with us. That
That's an unnecessarily melodramatic way to describe a hallucination, but sure. I'm not going to waste time arguing with any of you. It went away after we touched it last time. Let's just do it again.
Берем
You take the
клинок.
blade from the pedestal. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Good. Nothing feels better than gripping cold steel.
Что-то какой-то упрямец кровожадный. Хотя мы и отыгрывали кровожаднича.
You step forward and approach the door to the basement, hesitating before you open it. As if you don't see it. You really don't, do you? How strange. It really is just like last time. Are we really hallucinating? Why here? Why now?
smash it. Smash it to pieces. It's the only thing keeping us from her.
Don't you want to know what we'll see in there? We won't be able to see anything if we smash it.
Nah, I'm with him on this one. Smash it. Let's get violent.
Do whatever you want with it. The mirror isn't real, so how you handle it doesn't matter, aside from wasting dangerous amounts of time.
Привет.
You reach forward and drag your hand across the door leading to the basement.
У нас тут случилась какая-то
As if on
плотьевая
command, it
лихорадка.
slowly slides open, scraping against the stone floor, its ancient hinges moaning as it reveals the dim path ahead. Why am I not surprised? You step forward into the darkness. The stairs leading down to the basement are at once both narrow and grandiose. The high-vaulted ceiling stretches up into a gloom beyond your sight, while walls wet with tumorous growths press in uncomfortably at your sides. You feel both unprotected and trapped, at once exposed and claustrophobic. The air is thick, its odour an oppressive violence, the metallic scent of fresh blood twisting with the nauseating embers of charred remains. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her
Прошу
a favour.
прощения.
Her voice, of bellowing rage, roars up the stairs.
Was severing the tendons of my ascension not enough for you? Was it not enough to rend my divine heart? Come, see the horrors you've wrought upon my flesh, and feel my hands set upon your throat. See
Мы
how
чё-то
you
с ней
soured my once divine melody.
переборщили.
Angry with us. Why? Why did you desecrate her? Why couldn't I stop you?
You've got to stop thinking about her like that. It isn't doing anyone any good. She's not some untouchable god. She's an abomination, and we're going to put an end to her once and for all.
Whatever she is now is our fault. If she's an abomination, then what does that make us?
It doesn't matter what we are. She needs slaying, and we've got the means to do it, so let's get a move on. If I might interject, you didn't make her into an abomination. She's always been what she is. It's why you're here. And it's why your task is so important.
Поехали.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. The
chamber's
О,
walls are painted in
нифига
blood.
себе.
A deep, sickening
Она
red
похожа
that
на
drips
Титана
down
из
onto
Атаки
strewn
Титанов.
charred corpses that make up its floor. This place reeks of torment, of ripped skin and burning bone. The princess stands in its center, muscles flayed and bare and weeping, draped in a tattered dress of her own skin. Her heart beats from its place in her open chest.
Do you know what I'm going to do to you?
There's
Oi,
also
oi, oi.
like a moment of hesitation before she steps forward. Her chains pull taut, holding fast as she strains against them. The cuff around her wrist digs deeper into her skin. Blood drips from the place where metal meets flesh. And then, with a nauseating sound,
Oi.
the skin tears. It plops to the ground, and she pulls her red, glistening arm free from her bindings.
Вах-вах, женщина.
She is loose, and she is coming for you.
Let her end it. It's the punishment you all deserve for what you did to her. It's the punishment I deserve for letting it happen.
Screw that. We can win. We've done it before and we'll do it again, only this time we'll make it out the other side. Hell, she's practically done most of the work for us.
Ну чё, покончить с принцессой окончательно? Будем этим маньякичем до конца? Извиняемся. Ну, пока голос за извинения. Сейчас тогда засейвлюсь.
Words are not repentance. Apologies are paid for only in flesh and deed. And flesh works for me.
She bounds across the room, her fists ready, her heart set upon your destruction. With a horrifying squelch, you are unwound. No, that's our stuff. She can't just do that. She just did. Unfortunate, I know, but reality is reality.
You should all just be grateful she's decided to keep us alive. Even in her defilement, she is merciful.
А что
We're not
будет,
out for the
если...
count.
А что будет, если до конца идти, скажем так? Мне просто реально интересно, что это.
You'll try. And that's what I've been so excited for. Let's hurt each other.
Your heart free of fear, you charge towards the princess, your eyes locked on each other, both of you prepared to lay down your very essence in one. It's now or never. Let's make it a beautiful blaze of glory. With a horrifying... No, that's our stuff. She can't just do that.
Муха летает.
She just did. Unfortunate, I know, but reality is reality.
You should all just be grateful she's decided to keep us alive. Even in her defilement, she is merciful.
We're not out for the count just yet. But the words don't leave your metaphorical mouth. Instead, all that leaves you is a wet and horrible gurgling as tissue vibrates out of place. Our metaphorical mouth.
You don't have the means to speak anymore, do you? How tragic. It is tragic, though, isn't it? I'm not satisfied dividing fear and indignation from your eyes alone. A quivering mound of flesh is no companion.
She snaps her fingers,
Нифига себе.
and the basic form of a vocal system assembles before you.
Now, little bird, what was it you wanted to tell me?
Skin flayed and organs flapping.
Чисто куском плоти накидываемся на женщину.
That's right. She'll never stop us.
Даже если мы...
Still you defy your god. I've made the mistake of underestimating your resolve before. Never again.
If you swing for her heart, what's left of you... explodes.
Бомбанули.
So that's it. It's over. Just like that.
Of course it's over. It's been over since the very first moment we laid eyes on her.
Валул, мы просто выбрали... Мы просто выбрали путь маньякича.
Because you will live in that single tone forever.
No! No! It's not over! We're a god killer! We've returned from death itself twice!
Didn't you hear her? We're not dead.
What's the difference? From many perspectives, there isn't one. But functionally, that is, from your perspective, the difference is massive. You are entirely laid bare, spread to each corner of the room, yet you are wholly aware of the state you're in. Incapable of movement, but entirely capable of perception. In fact,
Ладно,
perceiving
Шен не
your state is the
участвовал
only
в
thing you
этих
can currently
выборах.
do. You are preserved, perfectly, in the amber of her torment.
We're more than this. We've lost bodies before. We just have to lose this one and make another. I don't know. You're the one who makes things happen, so make it happen. Who said anything about getting to a new cabin? No, we make something new here.
It won't matter if you do. She'll just pull us apart again.
And preferably, we make something without him.
Absolutely not. I refuse to let you just decide to die with your task unfinished. If you die here, the world is doomed. Your Honor, where the hell are you? Are you already at the Princess? This place is different. Rotten. Death all around us. I want to go back.
Нифига себе, у нее лапища с каблуками.
And I remain here. Is this our final destination?
The Princess tilts her head to look at you, and with a gesture, you are unwound. Again? Already?
Clearly, I left you with too much room last time. Perhaps this cell will hold you better.
You know what to do. Again.
Я вообще, по-моему, не видела этой концу.
Gorgeous.
Блять,
Absolutely divine.
нифига себе.
You, guy who describes things, you better start saying what we do this time.
Влюбленный взлетел неожиданно.
And what are you?
Attacking her, obviously.
Right. You charge towards the Princess and...
There is no spark in you, only matter devoid of life.
you explode.
Again.
Ничего, мы еще раз попытаемся. Рассказчик тут это пытается сделать все нормально, но у него ничего не получается.
We're in the middle of a fight, so act like it.
So you are. Okay, you dive towards the princess and we're unwound. Yes, her head swivels creakily on her neck, fire in her eyes as your body unravels with blinding pain.
No.
Again.
И еще раз проснемся. Мы кровожадные.
Your Honor,
No time. You, narrate, now!
Yes, of course. Pristine blade grasped firmly in your hands, you fly towards the princess before she can turn to face you. We might actually do it this time.
I can feel that body of yours slicing through the air. How many more times will I have to scatter you?
As she turns towards you, the very essence of your being begins to flake away. Your muscles
Но мы
and
ее
organs,
случайно
then
такой
nerves
сделали,
leap there and
перекачанной.
screaming as the rest of you is stripped of substance. Oh, boo-hoo. It's just a body.
It just needs to last long enough to sink this blade into her heart.
It doesn't. You are disintegrated. Everything goes dark.
How many times do I need to pulverize you before you finally understand? You are nothing. An empty void that dared to dream it was alive.
That feels right.
If we're nothing, then why are we still here?
We're still here, just to
Because
suffer.
we always have been. If we're nothing, then how can we do anything? The same way we always have. Being nothing has never stopped us. Now end this. End her.
You cannot win if you cannot be.
Покончимся.
How? I scattered the atoms you clung to and there was nothing there to find. You can't exist.
Мы ее шокировали.
It's over.
Oh, I think I understand you now. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do the things I did to you. I don't think I knew what I was doing.
She sounds genuine. They always do in the end.
It's cold, but I'm going to be okay, right?
Большую женщину забрали ручки. Найди способ одержать победу над попранным ангелом. Что такое попранный? Типа загрязненный ангел?
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now? I would have kept them in the dark. What is that supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now.
Screw that. This can't be
Буду
it. It just
знать.
can't.
Пошли к зеркалу. Поговорим с женщиной. Ой-ой.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same. And yet my waters flow and my streets bustle. There are no words that can describe me into non-existence. There is no logic that can bind my multitudes. I am everything that you have known me to be, but I am also none of it. It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
Что ответим? Так, секунду. Мышка, что ли, сдохла? Найти бы. А вот он. Сейчас провод. Ай, я коленом об шкаф стукнулась. Бля. Help. Ау. Ауч. Сейчас. Так. Сейчас. Я не той стороной. Вставлять. Нет, я просто хочу, чтобы... Что ответим ей? Будем каким-нибудь романтичным или нет? Или скажем, что слышь, заебало. Леночка.
It does seem small from here, and the more we journey, the smaller each of those steps will be. But that doesn't make any of them less special. As easily as you can stand to be you, you are like me, even if you have chosen not to look at the corners of you that do not fit, even if you have chosen to ignore the brilliant contours of your soul. This one is desecration. She placed the weight of her agony on you, yet it is she who unwound herself. There's passion and empathy buried under her unfeeling skin. She will make for a weathered heart. Do not mourn her. She has finally found peace. If that remains your choice when all is said and done, then you may try. But know that I do not wish you harm, even if you attempt to destroy me. My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me. Perhaps this will change when our work is done. The desires of my multitude thrive in endless competition with themselves, but none of them rise above their dance to influence me. I yearn for what I have always yearned for, our awakening. Other desires shrink in the light of knowing you and knowing me. I care about your gifts, but I have no preferences to burden you with. Even if I did, I would never dare to tarnish our relationship by assuming myself above you. The tides do not dictate where they are pulled. A river does not dictate its outlets. My gift to you is to let you choose your path, and my task is to treasure the gifts you bring me. We will know when we near our destination. I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
Ау. Передай Фуре. Ну чё, кем будем?
You're on a path in the... You're here to slay her.
Еще какой-то любовный путь. Ну, давайте молча пойдем к избушке.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin.
Да-да. Да-да.
The interior of the cabin, the blade is... The door to the basement creaks open.
Если мы солжем, что будет с тобой?
You are? It's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
Okay. Oh.
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
Is Princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess?
Like I said, you can call me Princess if you'd like. I'm sorry, I've been down here so long, I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name, though. Everyone has a name.
Извиняюсь.
Okay, that's weird. She hadn't even thought to pick a name for herself. Hopefully you're starting to see that she can't be
Вилет
trusted.
играет.
Go back upstairs, get the blade, and slay her before it's too late.
Of course I'm locked up down here for a reason. I don't actually know what that reason is, but you don't just stuff a princess in a basement and throw away the key without there being some sort of an
Ну тут
explanation.
она нормальная, потому что мы не пошли на путь
You have all
маньякича.
the explanation you need. You should know better than to trust whatever she comes up with.
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
This is the only time this is ever going to happen, but I agree with the princess. That's hardly relevant. Okay, but actually, what has she been eating? She has to eat, right?
Так, а почему я не могу тебе разрешить? Сейчас. Все. Разрешила.
Is Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think. I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here for so long.
That's... How long has she been locked away?
Did they tell you how I'm supposed to end the world? I don't know how to destroy the world, if that's what you're getting at.
I believe her. She doesn't have to know how to destroy the world to be capable of doing it.
At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust. Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why. I don't trust that, and I don't think you do either, or you wouldn't have come down here to talk.
She has a point. We're talking like this for a reason.
So this shouldn't be about what I'd do if I got out of here, or me saying the right thing to convince you to save me. This is about how messed up this whole situation is. This is my life we're talking about. Do you really think I can even end the world? Why would I even want to? We both know that if there's people we can't trust in this situation, it's whoever locked me down here, and it's whoever sent you here. And those two groups are probably one and the same.
Don't let her turn the tables here. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch, no less. That seems like a pretty good compromise.
I don't think I could bear being down here that much longer.
Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out. So I'm the only one who liked that idea.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. It would make it easier for both of us if you'd help. But if you don't, I can promise that you'll regret that decision.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one. Thank you. You turn back to the stairs, intent on retrieving the blade in the cabin.
Where are you going? You can't just leave me here. Fine, turn your back on me, but it won't be long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice?
Но я пыталась с ней дружить, справедливости
She has
ради.
to be bluffing, but hurry. You rush up to the first floor, grabbing the blade, both yours and the world's only possible salvation. Okay, if we're sure about this decision, I'll support it. I suppose we have a world to save after all. You slowly creep down the basement stairs. It's quiet. Where the princess sat only a moment ago, there's only a severed arm, its cooling flesh still chained to the wall. And she is nowhere to be seen. Is it just me? Or did this room get a lot bigger?
Why don't you come closer? I have something to show you.
Your eyes dart to the corners of the room. You don't see her.
Она что, уменьшилась?
Where is she? You close the door behind you. Almost magically, its locks immediately click into place. Maybe they'll open if you finish the job.
Будем маньякичем или будем ждать? Ну, давай подождем.
Do you want to play a waiting game? I've been down here a long, long time. I'm very good at waiting.
You do your best to patiently wait her out. But eventually, exhaustion starts to set in.
Come on, wake up. We can't fall asleep down here.
You wait for as long as you can, pushing yourself to stay awake and stay vigilant. But you can't outwait someone who's been waiting for as long as she remembers. You barely even realize that you've started to drift off. Pain tears you from your sleep. The princess is upon you, ripping into your flesh, unnaturally sharp teeth.
Но я попыталась быть доброй, она меня в итоге покусала.
There's nothing to be done. You're already half gone.
It can't just end like this, right?
As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. I'm sorry, but it's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Чудовище.
You're on a path in the... You're here to slay... A terrible sense of deja... If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. If he doesn't remember what happened, then something else must have trapped us here.
Вставляет, хотя единственное, пойти в избушку.
We could go back and forth on this forever, and it won't get you any closer to doing your job and say... Those are two very different questions, but fine. Let's say for a moment, if you're back here, I'm assuming we did our best with the information we were given, and yet you still died, didn't you? So, great, congratulations, you've been given another chance to actually do this right. And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing it? What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We were killed by the princess and now Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? You have to go to the cabin. If you don't slay the princess, she's going... Just be quick about it. Like I said, if she killed you, it was probably because you didn't listen to me. Don't talk to her, don't trust her, just go in, do your job, and save the world. She just can. Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to trust that what I'm saying is true, and that, despite it all, you're fully up to the task that's been given to you. People locked her in that basement, and... Look, of course you're special. Special can mean all sorts of things. Don't let it make you careless. We need clear thoughts and pricked ears. I've told you everything you need to know. If you want us to stand a chance against her, we need to be armed with information. What is she really? Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to take me at my word. You're afraid, aren't you? Of course I'm afraid. Fear is an extremely normal thing to feel when the fate of the entire world is at stake. But that's not the only thing you're afraid of. You're scared of something worse. Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world...
Поехали.
A warning. She will lie. She will cheat. Does a cat lie to a cornered mouse when it plays with its freedom? Or is it just acting out its nature? I don't see why that matters. A lie's a lie, and if anything, she's the one who's cornered. She could have gotten out of there whenever she wanted to. We should trust nothing that she tells us, only what we hear and smell.
You can smell
That's a
like a
very
bulk.
roundabout way of saying that you should listen to me
Eren
and take
Yeager.
this seriously. Maybe.
Поехали.
The interior of the
Ой-ой.
cabin is
Это
ruinous and
что?
dilapidated.
Ну, это
It
подвал
feels like no
Шрека.
one's lived here for a long time. Wind rushing in through cracks and holes in the wooden walls. The only furniture of note is a termite-eaten table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. That's because there isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't.
Все, мы
Strange
добрые.
to lie about. Maybe he doesn't see it. Much like he hasn't seen what's already happened. Exactly. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? That you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done? Very different. I wonder why. Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. A lot's riding on this.
Подойдем к зеркалу.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But it was there a second ago. And now it's gone.
Поехали.
No steel
Подвал.
claw. Do you think we can talk our way out of this? I don't think she wants to talk. I guess we'll just have to trust that we made the right call. It'll still be here if we need it.
Поехали.
The door to the basement creaks open,
Реально
revealing what's
шрековский
left of an
подвал.
old wooden staircase. It's still sturdy enough that you can make your way down in one piece, though you'll have to be mindful of holes. The air seeping up from below is oddly warm and wet, as if you're descending into a jungle. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. She growls up the stairs.
I can smell you.
She
Воняешь.
sounds almost feral, impatient, or maybe eager. You carefully make your way down the stairs. The last step gives way to the damp earth floor of a starlit pit. The walls are obscured by an impenetrable darkness, giving the illusion that the room might stretch on forever. You brush against the wide leaves of plants that surround you on all sides, seemingly the only living things that occupy this strange underground wilderness. The jungle is pressing in on us, hiding her from view. She could be anywhere. You see only a flash of the princess before she scurries away into the underbrush, dragging her heavy chain behind her.
Может, все-таки было надо
She's
взять
just a
нож.
princess. She is certainly not just a princess. You're not helping. It doesn't matter what she is. It only matters what she does. Her shining eyes appear between the leaves, staring hungrily at you from the darkness.
I can hear your heart pounding from the bottom of the stairs, fledgling. You're right to be terrified. I'm so much more than you.
A shiver rushes up your spine and pulls you upright. The air's shifting. She's getting ready to pounce. Move, now. Anywhere. We're not. Move! There's a shift in the humid air, and something enormous
Ой-ой.
lunges from the shadows, her maw unhinged and dripping, her eyes fierce and full of hunger. She is too quick to outrun, too nimble to outmaneuver, too determined to overpower. This is her domain. You are not. Guess that's it then, isn't it? Unfortunately for you, no. This isn't it. You are in a dark and caustic place. A thick, fibrous lining constricts around you, its slick surface impossible to grip. Your hands scrabbling uselessly at your surroundings as they compress in on you. Your lungs can barely expand in such a tiny space. Not that the humid, finite air grants you more than a few shallow breaths at a time. The liquid pooling beneath you starts to seep into your skin. You itch, then sting, then burn as the acid begins its slow work.
When I killed you, I tried to leave this place, but it wouldn't let me. You belong down there, it screamed at me. The world is better off without you in it.
The flesh around you rumbles as the princess begins to move, her thundering footfalls twisting you helplessly about. Your skin protests as the corrosive liquid sloshes around you, but there will be no respite for you in sight. The burning grows stronger, and you can feel layers of you being peeled away.
Вот.
You
Какой
belong
ужас.
down here. You came from
Чисто
somewhere
эта
else.
игра, пересчитайте, сколько фетишей она и
So
себе
I
взяла.
consumed your dead heart, and I carried it in my throat, and I draped what was left of you on my back, and I threw myself against that door.
She stops, her muscles tensing around you, and through the muffling layers of her flesh, you hear the whine of straining metal. And with a pop, she lurches forward, your body lurching right along with her. Her chains. She's loose.
But even then, it denied me freedom. You cannot fool me by draping yourself in decay. I know your true nature, and it is suffering.
Gravity pulls at you as you're hefted upwards, the distant creaking of ancient wooden steps barely audible over the thudding of the princess's heart.
And then it was gone, and I was here. A new enclosure, a nicer cage, but still a prison. I learned from my wounds. You're alive now. We can leave together.
Does that work? Could she free herself if we're alive in here? Do you really need me to give you a definitive answer for you to understand that the situation is grim? Stop her. Do something. We don't have steel, but we have tooth and claw. Tear through her before we are her.
I understand it, and it understands me. Talking is for those who don't know how to listen.
Your body is violently jostled, the disruption causing burning skin to slop from raw muscle, and you hear what you can only assume is the princess pulling against the door to the cabin.
The cage is still locked.
I don't think we can talk our way out of this.
I acted on my will, fledgling, and you acted on yours. The strong triumph, and the weak submit or perish.
The pulling returns to banging as the princess desperately throws everything at the cabin door. Your flesh screams as your reddened, spongy body is hit with fresh waves of blistering acid.
You can't.
Like the cornered animal you are, you tear against the thick membranes of her stomach with every part of you that can be made sharp. Nails, claws, teeth, hands, feet.
I can feel you tearing through me, but are you swift enough for it to matter?
But will can never truly exceed the limits of the flesh. Your vision finally begins to blur, your eyes clouding over as they melt in their sockets. What little air remains in this rancid stew of flesh and slippery organs is finally too foul to breathe, and your lungs mercifully give out before you have to suffer another burning, liquefying moment. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Ой-ой.
We are a path in the woods. We have no beginning, and we have no end. But something cold and unnatural sits watching us from just beyond our edge. His gaze pushes against our borders, curling them in on themselves, preventing them from stretching to the places they need to reach.
No, that's all wrong. You're not a path in the woods, you're on a path in the woods. Who's even saying that? That's not the princess, is it? Oh no. How many times have you been here? I think this is our third? That's bad. That's very, very bad. It wasn't even supposed to reach 2. If you're at 3, well, no wonder things aren't the way they're supposed to be. Let's get our facts straight. What happened last time? What could you have possibly done for things to be like this?
Нас растворили в желудке.
The
Женщин.
thing that sits beyond our edge speaks his logic into us. He tries to grasp at things that cannot be grasped. He tries to stare with wide pupils at that which can only be held from the corner of the eye or with a passing glance.
Shut up. The rest of you, talk. What happened? What did you do? Can she hear us if we talk?
I can hear everything, little one, but you don't have to be afraid of me. There's no place where you end and I begin. Nothing can hurt you here. Not anymore.
That's just because she devoured us and we dissolved away. We don't even exist as a body anymore. We're still here, though. And if we're safe, isn't that better? She ate you. And now you're convinced that you're stuck together. What a mess.
He doesn't understand. We aren't convinced of anything, and we aren't stuck together. We're one. This is how we're supposed to be. Can't you feel it?
I guess that's it then. This is us now. We're the woods. Okay. I'm not watching you, I'm trying to help you. That's not enough.
I don't know what he is. I only know that he is something other, and that he wishes for you and I to tear ourselves apart.
I do want that, but only because it's in your best interests. It's in everyone's best interests. You won't be able to slay her unless you remove yourself from her.
He wants us to kill each other.
I don't. I want you to kill her. Don't be charmed by her faux solidarity. You're not in this together. She's the only one who poses a threat to the world, and she's trying to make you go along with it. You don't have to enable her, especially when you have what it takes to stop her.
Чё ответим?
We can't go back to that. We can't go back to the fear and the hunger and the pain. Not after being something as beautiful as this.
Doesn't all that conflict feel so far away right now? So petty? We've been posed against each other by something that understands the strength of our unity.
I can feel a thumping, a heartbeat, like a distant terror that keeps getting louder the more we pay attention.
Please, stop. If you let it in, we'll fall apart.
Don't look at it!
Ну чё, взглянем в наш ужас в сердце.
Please, don't make us remember how I was.
And just like that, you start to fall apart. I can remember it now. I didn't like being eaten. I'd forgotten how much it burned. And the air was so hard to breathe. She didn't care. She didn't care at all. As you remember the terror and pain you felt at the hands of the princess, you start to remember something else, too. You remember that you are a distinct being with a finite form and a mortal body. You can feel it. There is a shifting of the space around you, the infinitesimal movement of your molecules rearranging back into the shape of what you're meant to be. I don't like this. It's better for us to be the woods. I don't want to go back.
No, I devoured you. I won. I put things back the way they were supposed to be.
Some division, when sown, can never truly
Некоторые раны не заживают.
be. A cavernous gash rips across whatever it was you thought you were.
Мы вылупились.
A cabin comes into being among the trees. It approaches, and it swallows your body whole. And then you find yourself, blade in hand, exactly where you need to be. At the center of it all is the princess, a wooden and fleshy heart beating with an unbroken rhythm. You're filled with a sense of purpose. Strike at her. End this once and for all.
I feel empty, don't you?
We're just like her, and she's just like us. We never should have left her.
I feel safe. She isn't dangerous anymore. We could leave her. We could both live. Do we have to do this? You have to. You know you have to. You devious little bastard. If you think I'm going to let you free her, you have another thing coming. And that other thing is... You'll just have to wait and find out when it happens. Ignore him. His words only confuse us. Just do it. You're tired, aren't you? No, I'm not. I'm... fine. Whatever. You cut the princess down from the roots that bind her. I hope you're happy. Good luck getting her out of here.
I think we are happy, actually. We might not be a part of her, but being around her is
Бедная
almost the
женщина.
same. Almost.
I didn't think you would do that after everything. It's so cold without you.
Вот и ручки.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now? But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything.
That thing reeks of death.
I don't want to look at us. Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you.
I'd like to be somewhere nice. A mercy.
Бедный чел.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. I am curious to see what it means for us to know it. It doesn't matter if there are. People are too small for us. You and I are the only things that interest me. We are real. Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something. But nothing cannot exist on its own. And because of that, nothing can't exist. This one is like a shadow of me, a memory of what she used to be, bound to the wounds of distance and time. She will make for a scarred and beautiful heart. Do not mourn her. She has finally found peace. If I did, I would already be awake. No, their minds are empty, existent, but constantly shifting into something new. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond? Do not look to one who fears me for your truth. The only answers worth knowing are those we can find within ourselves. 1.
О,
Whatever you bring me next will be enough, and then gravity will pull the others
остался
back to me.
один.
I
Скоро
will be
пройдем,
singular,
получается.
a final multitude. These gifts are a conversation, and each one shows me the contours of your heart. The only thing I want to see is what you choose for me when the thread is fully drawn.
Мы, возможно, сможем сегодня доиграть.
You've already tried waiting, but I understand if you need more time. I'll wait with you. I will see you when you return. What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever? Will you place the images of you and I into a box for safekeeping? If you close that box, will you become another you in another world? An imaginary pattern repeating itself until it can no longer bear the weight of its hand-drawn cage? You'll always come back to the box, because you'll always want to know what it means to be you. I will be here waiting by your side until you're ready to return to mine.
Ой. Она просто отрубилась. Она вылетела. Блять. Помогите. Ой, ждать придется. Зря я не сохранялась, конечно. Не знала, что она так вылетит.
You have returned to me.
А,
Though you were gone mere moments,
ни
I
хрена
never
себе.
left your side.
Сейчас, секунду, ОБС проверю, как она. Почему она показывает Steam? Так, Steam. Slay the Princess. Вот она. Почему-то она на том же моменте, где вылетела, осталась. Я аж сохранюсь. На всякий случай. Я готова
The next time
вернуться.
I see you, each of us will finally know what we are. I will be here.
Ау.
You're on a path in the woods.
Ну чё, какой сценарий будет? Осталось чуть-чуть пройти, чтобы ее пройти.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin.
Тебя, видимо, тронул персонаж принцессы.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The blade is your implement.
Вообще у меня предложение было убить ее, только в этот раз молчать и ничего ей не говорить. Вроде как там отдельный рут должен быть. Но когда я попыталась с ней быть доброй, она меня съела, справедливости ради. Видимо, я была недостаточно доброй. Но мы умерли у нее в желудке. Ну что, будем тихое убийство делать или как? Как же Шен не хочет, чтобы мы ее убивали. Блин, как же мне Виолет высвечивается? Что-то я не знаю, не могу решить. Не могу решить, что лучше. Ну, кстати, я бы, Шен бы посмотрел на твое мнение об этой игре в той же телеге. Давайте просто спустимся. Там подумаем, что мы будем делать.
The door to the basement creaks open.
Если я солгу?
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever.
I see. You're trying to get her to lower her guard. It's a gamble, but it might work.
Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist.
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be of threat to anyone?
Okay. I don't see what that has to do with anything.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake.
No, you're doing the right thing.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
Что у меня кнопка не нажимается. Сейчас.
Maybe there's some way to break the chains? Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance.
If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just... It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its...
Что-то я не на тот рут, видимо, вышла. Если я обратно.
Maybe there's some way to break the chains?
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much... Without hesitation,
О,
bring the blade down and plunge it into the princess's back.
бедная Шен опять мучает
The wound
принцессу.
drives her to the ground.
Okay, there's no going back now. I'm with you to the end.
You bastard. Were you lying to me this whole time?
The princess pushes away from you, the motion ripping the blade from her back. Wounded, but still alive, she crouches on all fours in the corner of the room and meets your eyes with the ferocity of a cornered predator.
You've made a terrible enemy, and there's nothing in the world that can possibly save you from me.
I thought we had the upper hand, but it's as if she's barely even threatened by us. It's an act. She's wounded and unarmed. There's nothing she can do to hurt you.
I'm not so sure.
Don't waver now. As you ready your blade to deliver a lethal blow, she lunges at your legs with the same animal ferocity she used to tear at her arm. Your blade cuts into her again.
Нам
and again as
отомстили.
you're tackled to the ground, your body racked with pain as she rips into you with tooth and claw.
Заслуженные
Forget about
тумаки
trying to rescue
получаем.
her. This is about survival now. Give her everything you've got.
Though your nerves are seizing with pain, you know you've done your fair share of damage as well, your blade having left deep gashes in the princess's back. You seize a moment of hesitation to throw her off of you and shakily push yourself back to your knees.
We can still turn this around.
You steel your resolve and take another step closer to the princess. You probably won't make it out of here alive, but you can still make sure that she won't make it out of here either.
Excuse me? What's this about not making it out of here alive?
Do you think this is what I wanted to happen? I have a duty to state the facts of the situation, and honestly, it's a miracle anyone in this room is still standing right now. Don't act so surprised. Can you not feel all those gashes and holes pulling you apart? If the princess doesn't do you in here, blood loss is certain to finish the job. You take another step forward, and the princess lunges towards you. The two of you enter one last exchange, a flurry of blade and claw and fleshy ribbons, and then you stop.
Если учесть, какой маникюр это у главного героя, то удивительно, что он ей нахер все не расцарапал.
You collapse on the ground, and the princess collapses beside you. Blood pools around you both, and you watch each other fade away.
After all this time alone, I thought I'd finally found a friend, but you were just another monster, weren't you?
Silence as the room starts to get fuzzy around you. You've paid a terrible price, but you've saved us all. It's over.
If you think this is it, you're sorely mistaken. One way or another, I'll make sure you pay for this.
But you don't have time to worry over such things. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Интересно, сколько лет у них заняла разработка?
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is you're here to slay her. A terrible sense of deja vu. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep. Brilliant. We need to keep our cards close to our chest, and I'm not sure we can trust him. You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. Did I say I'm not sure we can trust him? Slip of the tongue, bit of the old brain fog. I meant to say that we should probably head over to the cabin and slay that princess. We already know we can't trust her, so let's get on with the show. We could go back and forth on this forever, and it won't get you any closer to doing your job and saving. Those are two very different questions. Let's say for a moment, if you're back here, I'm assuming we were just weighing our options in a morally ambiguous situation. You can't blame us for weighing our options. We did our best with the information we were given. And yet you still died, didn't you? So congratulations. You've been given another chance. And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking, what do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We killed the princess killed us, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Had you failed to slay the princess, that's a very good point. This princess character seems like a lot of trouble, and if you think about it, actually slaying her probably breaks us out of this cycle, right? You're laying it on a little thick, aren't you? Laying it on a little thick? What are you talking about? I'm sharing my honest opinions. What matters is that almost everyone seems to be on the same page. So whenever you're ready, you can stop dawdling, get to the cabin, and save the world. Just be quick about it. Like I said, if she killed you, it was probably because you didn't listen to me. She just can. Believe me, I've told you if you want us to not to sound like I don't think either of you really need to press the man on this. He wants us to slay the princess, so why would he have anything to hide? He seems like a nice guy to me. I appreciate the vote of confidence, but you should really stop wasting time chatting. Great. Now, if you don't mind...
Поехали.
A warning. She will lie. Don't worry, I think we've taken that lesson to heart at this point. You can trust us to get the...
Что-то я немного устала читать.
The interior of the cabin is a
Прошу
mess of
прощения.
twisted roots. The walls a chaotic weave of knotted wood that, almost as if by accident, just happened to resemble a room. The floor is damp and earthy, and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf,
Ну что,
with a
возьмем
pristine
клинок.
blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. That's because there isn't a mirror. There's the muddy shelf,
The blade sitting on the muddy shelf and the door to the basement. There's definitely a mirror. But he says there isn't one. That's got to count for something, right? Come on now. He's pretty much in charge here. When have authority figures ever lied about anything? If there were a mirror in this cabin and we were supposed to look at it, he would have told us about it. Exactly. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? That you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done? Very different. Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense you have. So focus up.
Пошли к зеркалу.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny. You reach forward and, well, at least we can all agree now that there's nothing to see here. Case closed. Good work, everyone.
Пошли.
No blade. Leaving it behind didn't work out so well for us. It'll always be here if we need it. Sure, that was also true last time and we still died, but we definitely know what we're doing this time. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase dug into the muddy earth below. The ceiling is thick with roots that hang like locks of tangled hair. The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massive maw waiting to swallow you up into the earth. The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs are being coated in mud with each intake of breath. If the princess lived, her voice skitters up from below.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down. Don't be scared. I probably won't bite. But you are. You're a wretched little thing. I recognize that voice as easily as I recognized your nervous little footsteps coming up the path. I know who you are, and I remember what you've done.
See? She knows us. Is this enough for you to believe what we've been saying? Maybe, but you shouldn't let that cloud your judgment. She's just a princess. As long as you remember that and remain focused, slaying her will be easy. She seems friendly enough. Maybe we can talk our way out of this whole situation. You can't. Unless you slay her right away, she's going to break free and end the world. There's no reasoning with what she is. Look, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions? Do you want to hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk? You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with the princess. Fine, fine. You're the boss. Thank you. You descend the basement steps, entering the dark room below. You can just make out—
And there you are, once again.
She's acting like she already knows you. I guess what you said back in the woods really was true. Let's call it deductive
Да, блядь.
reasoning. Well, you seem to be great at it. So, you really don't remember us, do you? No, I don't. But you and the princess clearly have a shared reality, even if I'm not a part of it. I won't waste time fighting you on something that's clearly true. You fought us on it back in the woods. That was when the only perspectives we had were yours and mine.
Принцесса такая ждет, когда мы допиздим в своей
Is
голове.
it all behind us? Just focus on the task at hand. I don't care if you've been here before, and I don't care if you think you'll go somewhere else after this. My world is on the line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you would take this seriously and slay her.
Let's chat her up a bit first. Maybe we can find a middle ground where everyone's happy. Don't talk to her. You're just going to make things more difficult than they have to be.
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
Ooh, smart. Let's apologize, get us back on the right foot.
Oh, you're sorry. Isn't that nice? You're such a gracious little monster. Well, if you're sorry, then let me out of here. Prove it. Is that a joke? Do you think a joke will charm my trust back? You'll have to try harder than that. You were the one who stabbed me in the back when I was still in chains. A dirty little thing like you doesn't get to decide when all is fair. I suppose you didn't come into my hovel of your own accord, did you? All right. I suppose I could team up. I need a way out after all, and unfortunately you're the only one I have.
Seems to me like she's offering a mutually beneficial arrangement. Do you know what the word mutually means? Because it sounds to me like she's offering an arrangement that benefits her and her alone.
Oh, I don't need you to cut me out.
The princess grins as the chains fall from her wrist. She could have gotten out of those the whole time. That sneaky little... A woman after my own heart, really. She knows how to hold her cards close to her chest. This is why she can't just be abandoned here. If left to her own devices, she'll find a way out. Now stop her.
And why would I do such a thing? Is someone's guilty conscience getting to them? But I wouldn't worry. As much as I may hate you, letting you live is in my best interests. If you get me out of here, the only thing that will be dead and buried is the bad blood between us.
Oh, that nagging feeling you mentioned is me, by the way. I'm actually a little anxious about a potential backstabbing event. She needs us to get out of here. We'll be fine if that's what we decide to do. You won't, even if that's true. That doesn't automatically mean she's going to stab us in the back. I think that depends on your definition of words like stab and in the back. She might not literally do that, but she could very well symbolically do the same. See? He gets it. There's nothing wrong with looking out for number one.
Ну чё? Пойдем с принцессой. Изюм, чё думаешь? Давай уйдем с принцессой.
Yes, let's.
She creeps forward, taking one cautious step at a time until you and she are face to face. She never breaks eye contact, even as the two of you find yourselves face to face. She's silent for a long moment, as if testing to see what you'll do now that she's within arm's reach.
After you, darling. You're the one it lets come and go. It's best if I follow.
Oh no, we can't have that. If anyone is going to turn their back on anyone else, she's going to turn her back on us. It shouldn't matter who leads and who follows. We're working together here. Well, if it doesn't matter, then she can go first. We may be in this together, but that doesn't mean we have to trust her. Somebody has to go first, and it might as well be us. We're the ones who broke her trust last time. You're talking a lot about trusting someone who, by her very definition, cannot be trusted. I don't know how many more warnings I have to dole out, but if you help her out of here, you're going to regret it.
And turn my back on you. You think me a fool. Your tricks are one of the only things I've known, and I've learned better by now.
Just go first. The princess leans close, her nose twitching as she sniffs your neck inquisitorially. What is she doing?
I think she's trying to figure out if we're lying, so it's a good thing we didn't lie.
Your stink is the stink of a wretch, but not of a liar. If I have to go first, I'll go first. But I'll have you know my ears are sharp, and I've got eyes on the back of my head. They'll be watching.
Eyes on the back of her head?
Does she really? No, we're fine.
The princess pointedly turns her back on you and starts up the stairs. You follow close behind her, the two of you walking on tiptoes through the knotted roots of the basement stairs.
We're almost there. You better not try anything. I know you're thinking it.
Us? No, never. Just keep your eyes peeled when you get out of the basement, if you catch my drift.
I don't follow.
Oh, you'll know it when you see it.
The princess reaches the top of the stairs and crosses over the threshold, turning back to smile at you. But something catches her eye. Oh no.
Oh no? It's the blade, isn't it? I was going to tell you to grab it once we got upstairs. That was the whole keep your eyes peeled thing, and then you would have stabbed her in the back and we would have been winners.
I wonder if perhaps you were planning to bury this in my back. What an awful little scheme that would be. Too bad I got here first, and I don't even need it. Bye-bye, you loathsome little nuisance.
Then she slams the door on you. Its lock swiftly clicks into place.
Ужас. Лягушка. Я думала, это какой-то
Locked in
лев.
the basement, I thought for sure she was just going to stab us.
The princess cackles from the other side of the door.
How does it feel to be locked away and forgotten by the world? Isn't it just awful?
You tried it. It's locked. You throw yourself against the door.
No, you're going to sit down there forever, languishing. As if I could ever trust you after everything you've done to me. And after what I've done to you, you can't trust me either. Neither of us is ever getting out of here. It's in our nature to be trapped. I do, but I just couldn't help myself. And we both know that you're already scheming about how to get back at me if I ever open this door. So we're going to stay exactly as we are right now, for as long as either of us lives.
Why isn't he saying anything?
I think he's gone.
Oh, I didn't think I'd ever have to see you face to face again. Otherwise, I might have given you a little more courtesy at the top of the stairs. No hard feelings, I'm sure. Why is everything going away? I feel cold.
И ее забрали. То есть, типа, у каждого существует вариант с третьим днем, с третьей частью. Но иногда я до них не
Where does she
добиралась.
go? And there's that mirror again. What is that supposed to mean? Whatever, or you better watch your back.
Поехали.
I think you know what I am.
Блин, прикольно выглядит с этим эффектом.
The narrator. Yes. I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help after all. An objective voice to guide your blade. But you were never supposed to see me. I wonder how many worlds you've damned to extinction to fall this far. Oh, I'm nothing like you. I'm...
У нас, по-моему, поменялся этот курсор. Раньше он был другим. Типа не ворона, а рука.
Of course. That is by both necessity and design. This construct you're in exists in many places at once. Any time you failed, any time you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both your consciousness and hers into another world. But you'll be awake soon, and then it won't be able to work like that anymore. I do. The people out there are real. No matter what you do to them, no matter what you enable, I want you to remember that. Nobody alive has done anything to you. I'm all gone. But if you and the princess want to smite the rest of them for the crimes of a dead man, if you really want to be that petty, there isn't... Then ask them, and make it quick. I won't last for long now that you can see me. It doesn't hurt. I don't feel pain. Not physically. We've already crossed the point of no return. There's no saving me now. Not that there's ever been much of me to save. Soon I'll be gone entirely, and you'll be left alone with your final choice. So allow me to make my final request. The princess contains death itself within her, but I wove you into being with all the power you need to destroy her forever. Do it. Slay her, and rid the world of death and suffering. I'm aware, and if I were you, I'd be more precious about your time.
Что отвечаем? Солгать.
Are you lying? I can't tell. But I've said my piece, and my time is up.
Ой, ой, ой-ой-ой. Рейд. В общем, я аю. Я иногда сижу в чате гаммы. Мне что-то страшно. Мы тут проходим Slay the Princess. Уже почти близки к концовке. Приветики всем. Что вы делали на стриме? Бу испугался. Бу испугался, не бойся, мы друзья, мы тебя не обидим. 69 зрителей. Я должна это заскринить сейчас. Я это заскринила. Я себе это в личку скину. Как резик, как нок-нок. Зашло? Оставляю у тебя гномов. Спасибо большое за рейд. Я что-то не ожидала совсем. В общем, я Аю. Иногда бываю в чате гаммы. В основном рисую. Привет, Рутен. Даже тут все объясняется лором. Это типа ваша паста? Я что-то не увидела твое сообщение сначала. Мы, получается, с Рутеном квиты. Я просто не совсем знаю, насколько вам будет увлекательно смотреть, как я кликаю новеллу. Но я буду рада, если... Это Slay the Princess. Slay the Princess, да. Мы тут убиваем... Я не буду читать. Тут отличная английская озвучка. Читай либо бан. Ты долгий покой. Огромный зарождающийся бог. И тебе надо наконец проснуться. Все это ты. Я не умею читать. Сейчас. Дождь из женщин. Как много голых женщин вокруг. Тут еще проблема в том, что автоматически листается новелла, и я не успеваю все читать.
Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him, and I know his construct.
Просто жалко, что вы не пришли на начало. Было довольно весело.
Pay him no mind.
Долгий покой, но я не понимаю, что это значит.
Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the shifting mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
Рона, как всегда.
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting.
Да я не прошу вас проходить к началу. Просто я была бы рада новым зрителям, если вы хотите, конечно, ко мне приходить.
So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation? Even as your eyes begin to open, you still hold on to the notions of is and is not, of beginning and end. Pitch black.
Рона, я тебе не хочу давать модерку.
There is nothing to resolve.
Спасибо, Левмил. Тебе тоже удачи на первой паре. чтобы жилось легче. Ронни бан? Хорошо, я могу дать Ронни бан.
Of course I have a say in all of this. You and I share reflections of each other's burdens, just as you and I share reflections of each other's gifts. If we didn't, my very nature is paradox, as is yours. You cannot use words to grasp
Я не играю больше в Геншин.
and you cannot rationalize that which defies logic. But violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it. A trick behind your back and a trick behind mine. We dance, revolving and revolving around each other, but forever stuck in place. We both move and yet we both don't. For each of us watches the other instead of ourselves.
Рон, никто не хочет в Геншин играть.
But forever is not forever. You let me move and I slammed the door. But that is not the end.
Я в ХСР не играю.
Both of us must face our partners.
Я бросила его на втором баннере. То есть на баннере генерала.
To change is to hold the potential to rise above. Would you limit your...
Рона у нас главный фанат Михоя и проецирует все на меня. Рона еще фанат Change, он очень хочет, чтобы Гамма в него сыграла. И потому что это любимая его игра. Но я говорю базу. Так. Поздравляю, Юки, что ты выигрываешь. Но меня как-то не волнует. Но меня как-то это мало держит. Выигрыши 50 на 50 и прочие такие вещи.
Meaning lies in experience, and experience lies in contrast. Abandoning one's search is not the same as losing the capacity to discover. I am contrast itself. To reject me is to reject the shape of everything. Do not use words to reduce that which your eyes know to be irreducible.
Всем спокойной ночи, кто собирается спать.
The shade of a beautiful beginning we can never return to. You knew me, and I knew you, even more than either of us know each other now. And you chose to pull apart that weave. But you did not choose to end me. We were still one, but we were also separate, and we were free. We were as we are.
У Михоя, да, одна хорошая игра — это ГГЗ, я согласна. Что ответить? Но ГГЗ лучше, чем их нынешние игры.
Is it their body? Is it all of their body? Pluck the eyes, peel the skin, strip the tendons, mince the meat, grind the bones. When it is all gone, do you still have who you started with? person is not a body. Death is a transformation into something new. It is only bodies that feel it. If you do not fear it, then there is no need for you to struggle against it. Let go. Leave with me.
У меня тоже час ночи. Если я сдамся, то что будет?
Nothing brings me greater joy than to hear those words. The final peace lies with you.
Какую музыку я люблю больше всего? Да я не знаю. Я скорее меломан.
It's magnificent. Everything, just like it always has been, and just like it always will be.
Шагнем в бесконечность, не пердел. Мы завели себе женщину. Можно еще концовки посмотреть. Нифига себе, у них тестировщиков. Заверши игру, хороший конец не в счет. Будем еще концовки смотреть. Или хватит уже? Просто уже очень поздно. Я 5 часов стримлю эту новеллу. И, по-моему, я еще где-то час стримила чисто ПГР. Одевала. Другие концовки в другое время посмотрим. Ну как игра? Зюм и это... Зюм и Шен могут... Можно их скорее спрашивать, потому что они это... Они в основном сидели со мной. Я думаю, следующий стрим завтра, но я не совсем знаю, что стримить. Ой. Сейчас она со скидкой продается, не самой большой, но все-таки скидкой, так что советую купить, пока есть время. Но я не хочу Dark Souls собирать. Рона, когда Dark Souls этот Dark Souls 2? Я бы посмотрела. Ну просто, почему нет? Ой, бесконечное лето. Ну, Hollow Knight я прошла где-то на 108%, потому что я это затупила и не сделала первую концовку. Потому что я о ней не знаю. Рон у нас большой фанат Белл. Он просто любит проецировать свои болячки на меня. Так. Ниди стрим овердоз. Вообще, можно зайти в ГГЗ сейчас. Покажу вам. Террария. Сейчас. Можно ивент в ГГЗ. Мне там будут переводить с китайского языка на переводчик. С автопереводом. Рона, когда ты допройдешь концовки Changed? Ты ж сам хотел. Так. Эмулятор. Что ты делаешь? Рон, ты же сам сказал, что пройдешь Changed на другую концовку. Кто мы такие, чтобы тебе сопротивляться? Ура, оно открылось. Но ты сам говорил. И мне, и Анимон, что ты хочешь пройти Changed на другие концовки. Так. Захват окна. Бля, оно еще что-то докачивать будет, пиздец. Ну, посмотрим на прыгающую Киану. Прыгающую Киану. Это, короче, первая гача Михоя. У них сейчас какая-то коллапс Бандори. Так. Не, это, короче, этой игре 10 лет, и Михоя до сих пор умудряется ее поддерживать. Ну, первая гача XD. Михою там наняли одного с половиной программиста, который все делает за них. Сейчас мышку воткну. Ну, гача, кстати, в этой игре пиздец трэш, конечно. Так. Эх, не повезло. У них была глобальная версия ГГЗ, но она загнулась. Они ее плохо продвигали, и там еще перевод машиной. Добавок. Рона, зачем ты играешь в Genshin Impact? Ну ты ж имеешь свой аккаунт, ты ж не просто работаешь. Ну как ты ухаживаешь за своим аккаунтом, значит играешь. А чё, я не права, что ли, Рон? Рона так любит это очевидно отрицать. Я рассказываю только правду про Рона. Я не знаю, как Чачу, но он играет свой трон в Либерти. Я ввиду того, что не интересуюсь ММО, как-то похуй. Вот я думаю, когда Геншин не душил диалогами, если честно.
初期，为了猫咪们的小鱼干。大量目标出现，清除开始。大量目标出现，清除开始。可以做猫咪的口粮吗？
Как же игре сегодня плохо.
全灭开始。大量目标出现，清除开始。大量目标出现，清除开始。即使是绿者也不在话下，敌人已经全部抹除。
Ой, я помню, как раньше не было оружейки Пити какого-либо, то есть вместо очков ты получал любую абсолютно пушку из баннера. Рон, когда готов? Ну это ж лучшая ММО-РПГ. Как ты ее пропускаешь? По поводу стрима я посмотрю по своим силам. Если у меня завтра совсем сил не будет, то, возможно, я его не проведу. Если силы будут, то, возможно, я что-нибудь придумаю, во что можно поиграть на стриме. Можно во Фури поиграть. Она прикольная. Рон, мне не надо, чтобы ты менял менял категорию стрима. А, я не поменял категорию. Сейчас поменяю. Все, поменяла.
大量目标出现，清除开始。丢下活口就麻烦了。大量目标出现，清除开始。做好觉悟吧，躲避是没有意义的。丢下活口就麻烦了，即使是绿者也不在话下。歼灭开始，目标达成，申请小鱼干补给。迅速出击！丢下活口就麻烦了，躲避是没有意义的。丢下活口就麻烦了，安息吧。
18 человек смотрит, как я фармлю ГГЗ. Это забавно.
做好觉悟吧，数量雀跃，不足以构成威胁。丢下活口就麻烦了，即使是绿者也不在话下。敌人已经全部抹除。出击，为了猫咪们的小鱼干。潜入失败，开始迎战。大量目标出现，清除开始。歼灭开始。做好觉悟吧，数量雀跃，不足以构成威胁。安息吧，敌人已经全部抹除。
Так. Сейчас.
目标确认，潜入开始。
Ну, я, наверное, через винтовки пройду. Ой, я помню, как я радовалась, когда впервые прошла до 20-го этажа.
出击，为了猫咪们的小鱼干。天灭开始，留下火可就麻烦了。
Можете оценить, какие цифры вылетают из персонажей?
状态良好，作战继续。切换备用武器，目标达成，申请小鱼干补给。
На самом деле урона у меня не очень много, тут больше требуется.
出击，为了猫咪们的小鱼干。新的目标出现。 任务完成，该回去喂小猫咪了。出击，为了猫咪们的小鱼干。可以做猫咪的口粮吗？天灭开始。吃猫咪营养包吗？必须忍耐。做好觉悟吧。切换备用武器。天灭开始。 留下活口就麻烦了，做好觉悟吧。目标达成，申请小鱼干补给。
Рон заказал себе ушки. Чтобы быть квадробером.
为了猫咪们的小鱼干。必须忍耐。需要重新调整战斗节奏。天灭开始。任务完成，该回去喂小猫咪了。
Рон, я говорю чистую базу про твои ушки. Род-ровер получается. Вот что делает магическая рыба. Так, что у меня есть?
快点解决掉吧！我来喽！轻松解决掉。大跑，继续了。不赖嘛！状态极佳，解决了，解决了。接下来去哪里打发时间呢？
Чего больно?
我来揍你们啦！我来喽！
Ну от пролагов не больно, если честно.
轻松解决掉。用这一招定胜负。大跑，继续了。不赖嘛！还没完呀！这搞定。如何？很潇洒吗？
Ну иди спать. Все равно отдохнуть важнее, чем это.
总之一顿乱砍吧。
Удачный контрольный тогда.
我来喽！轻松解决掉。解决了，解决了。接下来去哪里打发时间呢？总之一顿乱砍吧。 我来喽！
Спокойной ночи.
用这一招定胜负。大跑，继续了。靠吃什么好呢？失败了。 之一顿乱砍吧！我来喽！轻松解决掉。大不好，继续了，搞定！如何？很潇洒吧？快点解决掉吧！我来喽！
Да я уже поняла, что самый большой лабиринт. Я думала до этого, что это типа версия решила обновить. ！Быстрее!
如何？很潇洒吧？我来揍你们啦！我来喽！用这一招定胜负！解决了，解决了！接下来去哪里打发时间呢？总之一顿乱砍吧！我来喽！这个就当热身好了。大跑，继续搞定！如何？
Даже сирена не успела закончиться, как я победила.
快点解决掉吧！我来喽！大跑，继续！解决了，解决了！接下来去哪里打发时间呢？
Ну, удачи с лабиринтом. Если у тебя есть нужный билд, то я не думаю, что это будет тяжело проходить. Я когда же ананасовый билд, получается, ждем. И кристаллики. Костюм дадут. Перышко дадут. Вот 300 дадут. И консту. Спокойной ночи, чел из Hollow Knight. Ну, я вроде с ГГЗ закончила. Не знаю, что еще тут делать. А, лотерея, точно. Я что-то про нее забыла. Что-то мне сегодня не везет особо. Ой. Что мне досталось? Что-то я не поняла, что мне досталось. Что это? Это я типа что-то выиграл? Но я не знаю, как с этим мерчом быть. Везут ли они его в Россию или нет. Вкусненько, кристальчики, ням-ням. Типа... Ой, не туда. Ой, не туда. Типа вот одно из этих получается. Я не знаю, смогу ли я договориться, чтобы мне это прислали или нет. Я попробую, конечно, но не обещаю. Капец. Ну что, наверное, на этом все. Я что-то очень сильно устала. Спасибо тем 15... Спасибо Гамме за рейд. И я рада, что хоть 15 человек осталось. Я что-то сегодня устала читать. Игра прикольная, которая Slay the Princess. Мне понравилось. Читать было интересно, но когда слишком долго, то тяжелая концентрация внимания улетает вообще в стратосферу. Но мы практически 6 часов уже сидим. ББ Айдол Севша. Айдол Севша. Ну, в общем, мне понравилось. Было забавно использовать разные пути разговоров и убийств на ней. По крайней мере, мне понравилось. Принцесса прикольная по характеру вышла. И то, как она подстраивалась под нас. Ай. Наверное, тогда все. Я иду спать. Вам тоже всех сладких спать. Спасибо за то, что посидели со мной.